Township of Centre Wellington have been home to Indigenous peoples since time immemorial. We acknowledge that we are on the treaty lands and traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee. With increasing encroachment by non-Indigenous settlers in the Township of Centre Wellington, the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee could not continue their traditional lifestyle and settled in their villages along the Credit River and in the Grand River Valley. These Indigenous nations uphold their treaty rights within our jurisdiction. Today, the Township of Centre Wellington remains home to Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island. We are grateful to have the opportunity to share and respect Mother Earth and are committed to building constructive and cooperative relationships with Indigenous nations.
Thank you, Councillor Wilton. Addendums and corrections to the agenda. Tyler.
Thank you. So through the mayor, just a bit of changes here. We've got some reordering, some additions, some removals, and some renumbering. So if you bear with me, I'd appreciate that. So to begin, we're going to move agenda item 12.1, the 2025 audit of financial statements, to item 1211. We're going to move agenda item 12.7, the stormwater rate study, to 12.1, and then we're going to reorder all other reports accordingly. In terms of additions, we're going to have item 5.1. We're going to add a closed session. It's going to be a matter pertaining to the security of the property of the municipality, section 239 2A. And then we're going to have a couple of delegations here. So item 10.2 is delegation Hugh Handy, Vice President of GSP Group, regarding agenda item 12.4, zoning amendment RZ07 2025, decision report 191 Wellington Road 7 and 290 South Street, Salem. The next delegation, item 10.3, on the same item, agenda item 12.4. And then delegation Bob Jackson, again, on the same agenda item 12.4. With respect to a couple of removals from the agenda, we have item 9.1, which is the update on Gross Memorial Community Hospital and physician recruitment. And then item 13.1, 2026-48, a bylaw to regulate and prohibit activity in and around stormwater management facilities. So those will be both removed from the agenda. And then with respect to that, we're having item 16.1, the confirmatory bylaw will be renumbered 2026-48. Those conclude all of the changes. If there's any questions, concerns, and inquiries, I'd be happy to take them now.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Why was the stormwater removed? Just more information to come, or?
So through the mayor, the stormwater report, or sorry, the bylaw was actually brought forward at an earlier meeting. So that's already been taken care of, and it was a 2025, just a housekeeping error.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, at this point, look to council for any disclosure of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just for transparency and clarification, I have declared a conflict on the Centre Wellington parking strategy in the past. However, given that the report 12.5, if it's still on today's agenda, is not specific to my conflict, and I will not be declaring today. Thank you.
Okay, any other conflicts of interest? Okay, seeing none, thank you for that. We will be going into closed session, so I'll read this, that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington convene in closed session in accordance with section 2392C, I, and K of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended to consider C, a proposed or pending acquisition of disposition of land by the municipality. I, trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position of the, or interfere significantly with the contractual or negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization. K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board 2001. C 25 S 2392 2017 C10 Schedule 1 S 26. So now.
And then just the addition was the security of property of the municipality for A.
And then the security of a property of the municipality. Okay. At this point, we're going to go into closed session. We expect to be in closed for an hour and reappear around 2:00. So, yep. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, second to that. Councillor Adam, any further comments or questions? Seeing none. All those in favor? That is so moved. Okay, we're moving into closed. Okay, welcome, folks. We're reconvening back into open session, and I'll just report matters arising from closed session. That direction was provided to a Chief Administrative Officer with respect to matters considered in closed session, and that the matters shall remain confidential pending execution of the agreements. The lifting of confidential obligations at the time staff are directed to report back to Council in open session. Okay. Okay, so I'm at 9.2, Mayor's County Council report. I don't have so much to report in terms of the ongoing things of council and county council, but I do want to say a heartfelt reach out to Mapleton. As we all know, I called to Mayor Greg Davidson. I talked to him this morning, and I expressed on behalf of our council and our community our heartfelt considerations of what they're going through as a group and a community, and we feel deeply. We've got shared interests with the community, and we know what it's like when the community goes through very hard times, and so our thoughts and prayers are with that community. And Mayor Davidson was very thankful for the outreach that way, and yes, it's a huge struggle right now for the community, but again, we're thinking of them. Okay, at this point in time, I'd like to turn to Councillors' committee updates. So I look to Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, the Victoria Senior Centre Committee met last week, and we were informed they're working on constitution updates that will come, I believe, in time for the AGM. I think we're working on it for the AGM. And also, I would like to give a big shout out to Allura Lawn Bowling for celebrating 120 years. And thank you for attending, Mayor Waters.
Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I just want to share that last week I had the opportunity to attend the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Conference in Edmonton. And I just want to share that it's a very worthwhile experience. There are close to 3,000 delegates of elected officials from across the country. So the networking is really great to be able to hear what other communities are doing with similar or slightly different issues that we may be facing, and just to share ideas. The presentations, workshops, and study tours were all excellent, and I will summarize those in a short report to share with my colleagues. But I shared a few things on social media as well as I went through the conference. But yeah, highly recommend if there's ever opportunities to network with at the national level. It's really helpful and interesting. And it was really nice that the Green Municipal Fund people already knew of Centre Wellington because of some of the work we've been trying to do through our climate change strategy. So that was pretty nice to hear as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wilton. Any further comments about your committees? Okay, thank you, Council, for that. We'll move down to item 10.1. And yes, sorry, go ahead.
You, sir. Maybe you can share with those that are watching that most of the committees have shut down, which is why we're not reporting on them, because I don't want people thinking we're not going there. Most of them have closed for the season.
I think you handled that eloquently. Thank you for that. Okay, so now we move on to delegations. At this point in time, I'd like to invite Mackenzie Meek, Laura Mill Hotel and Spa to speak to this next item. So welcome, Mackenzie.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Mackenzie Meek, and I am the in-house planner for Pearl Hospitality, which includes the Allura Mill and Allura Mill South development. I'm here today regarding agenda item 12.9, which relates to updates to building phasing under the existing Allura Mill South TIG agreement. The Allura Mill South TIG agreement was finalized in June of 2022 and is a joint agreement between the Allura Mill, Township of Centre Wellington, and County of Wellington. The intent of the TIG program is to support development in priority sites identified in the Township CIP by providing partial property tax relief for a set amount of time after eligible projects are constructed. The Elora Mill agreement was structured to include all planned phases in the Elora Mill South property, and this approach was preferred because it avoided the need to prepare and finalize separate agreements for each individual building. At the time that the agreement was prepared in 2022, an anticipated order of building phases was included so that construction start and completion timelines could be assigned to each phase. That said, it was understood by all parties that the exact order of development could change as the project advanced and planning, design, servicing, and operational requirements became more defined. So for this reason, flexibility was actually built into the agreement to allow phasing order to be updated through an update report to council. Now, several years later, and a changing economy, we have a clear understanding in the order in which remaining phases are expected to proceed. We're therefore requesting an update to the phasing order within the existing agreement without changing the outside date for completion of phases. With this reordering request, we thought it would be helpful to provide council with an update on building phases that have both been completed, as well as an overview of phasing through completion of the overall project. So phase 1 of the TIG agreement was the Elora Mill condominium, which included 136 condo units and opened in 2023. Phase 2 of the TIG agreement is the reconstruction of the Walser building, which began construction in 2025 following the opening of the condo. The building is currently under construction and is anticipated to open this fall, and the Walser will include a restaurant on the ground floor with additional hotel suites to support the Elora Mill operations above. More details regarding the grand opening of this new building will be provided to Township and Council in the near future. With construction of the Walser well underway, we've now begun design and approvals for phase 3 of the overall Elora South development. This phase is an above-grade parking structure for visitors of the Elora Mill, which is accessed from Carlton Place, with ground floor commercial uses and hotel suites above on the north side of the building. We know parking in downtown Elora is a challenge, so we're very excited to get this project underway. This is the building that we're requesting be moved up in the phasing order from what was originally contemplated in the TIG agreement. As the project has progressed, the importance of this building, specifically the parking that's included, that's needed to support the mill operations in future, become more clear. The remaining phases beyond phase 3 are anticipated to include a building located east of the existing condo, as well as a flat arm building in the parking area located between the Metcalf Bridge and the McDonald Bridge. As these later phases are still several years away, the final floor plans and exact uses have not yet been finalized. However, they are expected to extend and support the existing uses on the site, including hotel, restaurant, commercial, and retail. Elora Mill is currently working through site plan approval for all remaining building phases beyond the Walser. And the goal is to obtain planning approvals for the balance of the south site now, so that in the future, we can proceed right into the building permit stage with the site-related matters already understood and approved. Pending coordination with township staff, we're aiming to finalize site plan approval this summer. From an economic development standpoint, the Elora Health project has already provided and will continue to provide significant benefit to Center Wellington. Once complete, the project is anticipated to generate $500,000 annually to township property taxes. And in addition to this, the hotel suites are anticipated to generate approximately $1.6 million annually in MAT tax. In addition to annual taxes to the township, to date, the Elora Mill has already contributed $1.2 million in development charges and $500,000 in building permit fees. At full build-out, the total contribution is anticipated to be $3 million in development charges and $1 million in building permit fees. And the development charges is for township development charges only. Beyond these financial contributions, the project represents a significant private investment in the township. It supports local tourism, employment, and the continued revitalization of an important site in downtown Elora. Given the scale of investment and work still required to bring the remaining phases forward, continued coordination and cooperation in the township will be important across all aspects of the project. The success of these next phases will depend on a collaborative approach that allows the project to continue to move ahead. With that in mind, we respectfully request Council's support for the proposed update to phasing order in the existing Elora South TIG agreement. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, comments, questions from Council. Councilor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and through you, thank you, Mackenzie, for the presentation. Just curious, I think originally there was a public access trail and walkway on the south side of the river, and I'm just curious if you could give an update on where that's at as well, please. Thank you.
So the portion of the public walkway that's located in front of the condo already has public access easement, and the public is able to access that location. As we continue additional phases in this project and it becomes feasible to open up more parts of the trail, we are committed to registering public access easements over those as well.
Councilor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, and just to add on to that, you're probably exercising a lot of caution around the construction and how people could get to that trail, and I could see it being a safety issue for the time being.
Exactly.
Yes.
So as much as we can have open, we do have open, but as we build out the site, that's when we're building a lot of these walkways. So it's coming with those future building phases. But again, we're fully committed to doing that.
Councilor Evoy.
Thank you. Through you, sir, it's actually a two-part. One is, what is your timeline if you want to bump it up, please?
Yeah, so
Start and finish.
part of the TIG agreement, there is with the trail.
No, with regards to the change in the direction of the...
Yep. So as part of the TIG agreement, there's a chart that has construction start dates and completion dates associated with the various phases. We're not planning to change what those timelines are, just reorder what order it goes in. So I would recommend to refer to that chart. And currently, we're planning to stick with that.
Sorry, so that means you don't have those. You can't just share those dates up just for my notes, what those are?
I have it here.
Sorry, I don't have it in front of me. And while you're doing that, the second half of the question was around the parking. So right now, there's a certain amount of parking by a store downtown that's being used for parking for the hotel guests, I believe, and staff. Is that correct? By the LCBO?
The Flatiron lot, yes. So
right.
we own
So will the new building be as well as or instead of?
it's the final phase, and the full development would be located there. But as part of phase 3 that I mentioned includes an above grade parking structure. So that parking structure is what is going to be serving most of the parking required for.
Great, thanks. I'll take a look at the other.
Thank you.
And if you look at page 506, it's on the agenda there. Okay. Any other further? Yes, Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just a question about the parking structure. I know there's probably already planned. It's probably too late for this idea, but is there any opportunity to negotiate with the township to have some portion of that as public access parking and then some reserved for mill guests only?
It's tough, and it's something that we have explored, but due to the zoning and the heights we're permitted, unless we were to go an additional story, which would require a zoning amendment, right now the parking that's in there would be needed to serve our site.
And we did ask that question, yes. Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. My question is just kind of regarding Carleton Place, because we do have it in our 10-year projection of doing work on Carleton Place and in that area. Have you looked at what the impact of moving the building of the parking structure up in years would have on kind of our time frame of doing Carleton Place and the impact that it's going to have on Carleton Place and the residents that live there? Just because are you anticipating that now we have to look at moving the date of doing Carleton Place up with the funding and everything to accommodate your decision to move your parking structure up?
Yep. So from the start of this full Laura South project, it's always been important to us that Carleton kind of be coordinated correctly and at the right timing as our project. So with the parking structure, which is along Carleton being the next phase, it really would complement the site and work well if the township could complete that project at the same time as the parking structure. Even with the site plan approval that we're currently working through, we're anticipating that Carleton will be completed in those drawings. So it is our hope that the township will proceed at the same timeline as this next phase, and really just to complement what we're doing on our site, it would be a nice carryover that street was reconstructed and beautified to really suit.
Okay, any other comments, questions from council? Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. I will read the that council received receives the delegation from Mackenzie Meek regarding agenda item 12.8 for information. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor McDonald, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. And now we'll move down to item 10.2 and invite Hugh Handy, Vice President of GSP Group, up to the lectern. Welcome, Hugh.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, members of council, staff, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hugh Handy, and I'm Vice President of GSP Group here on behalf of Keating Homes, Keating Construction. Today, I also have Tom Keating with me in the audience in the front row, sitting beside me. Thank you for the opportunity to address you in relation to the application on South Street and Wellington Road for Keating Homes. I'll be brief today. We've reviewed the staff report and the recommendation that's in front of you. It's obviously supportive. We are also in support of the recommendation in the bylaw before you this afternoon. We have made some tweaks to the plan since we introduced this a number of months ago. Small tweaks, but to address the frontage on or the building form along South Street. We've looked at the design of that block and also how that addresses the street in terms of looking at porch along the street to wrap around that unit. So we've reduced it by 2 units from 25 to 23. We believe this development is appropriate for the site and is at a reasonable density for infill development within this community. And Keating Homes, as this council will know, has a track record of building within this community and sensitive within sites and neighborhoods. So we believe this will be an asset. Of course, as mentioned before, change is often difficult, and we try to manage that change as planners. And we hope that council will see to support this application. Tom and I are here to answer any questions that you may have at this point from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugh. Comments, questions from council as it relates to Hugh's presentation. Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, I appreciate that you reduced the size. The front-facing units, I was taking a good look at them this morning. Are those bungalows?
Yes.
Okay.
Through your worship to the council, they're bungalow style. They could have a loft in them.
Yeah.
But the idea is to address the street and wrap that around the street towards South Street.
Okay. And so I've driven down South Street 100 times now and just kind of stood there and trying to vision what it would look like from street level. So 2 would be facing and then 1 would be the side of it, but set back?
It would be, through your worship to the councillor, it would be internal to the site, but it would be wrapping around so that you would have, in essence, if you were standing at the street, it would have its entrance towards South Street. So it's intended to kind of face in both directions.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments for Hugh? Okay, thank you, Hugh. And I will read this, that the council received the delegation from Hugh Handy, Vice President of GSP, regarding agenda item 12.4 for information. Do I have a mover on that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that, Councillor Evoy. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Again, that's so moved. So now we'll move to item 12.3, or sorry, 10.3, and we'll invite Randall Howard to speak to this. Hello, Randall, and welcome.
Good afternoon. Whoops. Yeah, I'll keep that up there.
Sorry, Randall, I just need to call a point of order. Why were we taking that as a delegation and voting on a delegation? Can you clarify, please, Claire?
Yeah, so through the mayor, it's to receive it for information. So any delegation that comes forward, we should be receiving for information purposes to ensure that it does meet the public record.
We've never done that in the past, so I had to ask.
Are we good?
Yes, we are good.
Oh, okay. Well, Mayor Waters, council, and staff and attendees, as said, I'm Randall Howard, who with my wife, Judy McMullen, reside at 305 South Street, which is very close to this PROS development. And I already made prepared remarks back in January 28th to council. And, you know, with a number of citizens who've been very concerned, we worked very hard to try and work with the planner and other people and the staff to come up with compromise solutions. And really, our situation here is not that we disagree with intensification, but this particular intensification is way out of line with the character of the neighborhood and the local heritage area. But I think the biggest concern that I have is that I think the record before you is incomplete, and there's a lot of process irregularities in this. Now, maybe if I could just step back, I do know a lot about governance, having been on a lot of boards of and working with education and governance regulated in the financial institutions and regulated in healthcare and other things. And there is a common thing about good process, transparency, and following it is critical to making good decisions. And I know Lisa ascribes to that because she's been through the ICD as well. And so the thing is, we do recognize that the urban development has to happen, but this particular intensification is way out of line. But more importantly, the process by which the citizens have engaged, I think has not been adequately reflected in this record, and thus with an incomplete record, it's premature. So before I itemize the list of concerns, we, as a number of citizens, had submitted an alternate proposal first to the planner, and then that was, of course, shared with staff. And we note neither was that brought forward, or did we receive a reply about it, or was it put as part of the fact pattern that you, the councillors, are getting to consider? Not sure why this is kind of whitewashed out of the record. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And furthermore, one of the things that we observed is we looked that 2 days before the public meeting, there was an approval for a project that's, on Side Road 19 up in Fergus, 7379, same planner. And while I'm not a planner, again, it's pretty simple to look up the regulatory requirements. Registered professional planners have a professional standard and a code of conduct requiring them to provide independent, impartial, and objective advice to clients and the public as part of their duty to protect the public interest. That includes their recommendations be transparent and consistent. So it's interesting that in a very similar neighborhood with single-family homes, established neighborhood, in Fergus, the planner was recommending something at a much, much lower density than here. And yet, kind of like we see with Donald Trump's election saying, can you prove it, his election meddling, there isn't any fact case to prove that. Like, there's nothing that says, okay, why is this one different? And we've been asking for that since day one, and it has not been provided. And then furthermore, the Township of Center Wellington website, we found documents that are on the website that aren't part of the briefing package you have. So there's a little bit what we call in my business world fire ready aim here, where I'm not sure how this has come about, but an incomplete record, no response to citizens. I mean, is this the best way that we're going to make decisions and kind of plow them through regardless of what the citizens think? And so, I mean, again, just to quickly summarize what we've already said before, our intensification concerns are primarily around intensification. They are, with the excess density, there is an unproven in residential applications stormwater technique of an underground tank, which is necessitated because of the overdensity. And so the neighbors may well be the recipients in these times of increased rainfall patterns and so on of having to be an unproven system. And then couple that, the plan, in an area that has strong forest cover is going to remove essentially most of the trees. That also contributes to surface runoff and, potential floodwater problems. And of course, we all know, just every agenda item, Elora continues to be plagued by parking challenges. Many might call it nightmares, I don't know, would choose your word, and that the density proposal that would bring that Armageddon to South Street. We think that the modeling was done does not reflect what households, if I go down the street and look at the number of cars households have, the amount for this number of units spilling onto South Street would be really intensify serious parking problem. And, the list goes on. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is the residents have worked hard to constructively come up with a proposal that would compromise and meet keep us happy, keep everyone else happy, and to engage in a constructive way. But somehow the process has both shut us out and not provided you, the councillors, with all the information even of how that process has been unfolding. And so the residents are not against intensification we in the urban form. We actually think it's a good thing, but there is an appropriate level of intensification in an existing mature neighborhood next to the Elora Heritage District. So, and there are specific things about this in the official plan already, and it just feels that in every way that deviates, and yet there's no kind of rationale for why that's different. So I would respectfully ask council to, number one, defer the decision until the fact pattern is complete and the briefing is complete and the proper decision can be made, and until the dialogue can happen, and also to consider the alternate proposal that was put forward as a constructive way of solving this. And so that's kind of what I would respectfully ask, and thank you for your consideration, which we believe is motivated by the best interests of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Randall. Okay. Well, I think we'll do the questions after the next delegation. So can I read that one then?
Sure can.
Yep. That the council received a delegation from Randall Howard regarding agenda item 12.4 for information. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor McDonald, seconder on that. Councillor Evoy. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. And so at this point in time, I'd like to invite Bob Jackson to speak to this item. Welcome, Bob.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Mayor Waters, councillors, staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As members of council will recall, last Friday I made a written submission requesting that this important planning matter be deferred with specific requirements and directions. I won't read the particulars of that requested deferral because each of you have an electronic copy. So this is not an argument against appropriate and compatible growth, and it's not an argument against appropriate and compatible modest density housing infill in stable residential areas in either Fergus or Elora. This is a request that council only make this important planning decision on the consistent application of planning policy and on the consistent application of Council's own recent planning precedent decision on Side Road 19 at Fergus, supported by a report to Council which provides a thorough, transparent, and sufficiently informed planning analysis. The Ontario Land Tribunal expects Council to make planning decisions on thorough, transparent, and sufficiently informed planning records. You'll recall on the 26th of January, Council approved Side Road 19 modest density housing infill intensification development in a stable residential area in Fergus. In the case of that Fergus planning matter, staff successfully argued to Council that about 7 to 8 units per acre represented appropriate and compatible modest density residential intensification within a stable residential area. That planning rationale, which was approved by senior management, relied on preserving stable residential neighborhood character, maintaining compatibility with surrounding development, and utilizing low-density housing forms such as single-detached dwellings fronting on Side Road 19, and on internalized modest-density semi-detached dwellings not fronting on Side Road 19. Council accepted senior management's planning rationale for modest density intensification and approved that compatible planning application. The Ontario Land Tribunal has repeatedly stated that municipal decision-making should be coherent, predictable, and consistent. The proposal before Council today seeks 11 units per acre, not 7 to 8. That's about 40 to 50% denser than the modest density infill intensification which Council recently approved in Side Road 19 at Fergus. The applicant's own planning justification report acknowledges that the surrounding South Street low-density, stable residential neighborhood is characterized predominantly by 1- and 2-story single-detached dwellings on large lots. In other words, this is precisely the type of stable residential area that our official plans seek to protect by accommodating only modest density intensification. Our official plans do not support over-intensification. They permit only compatible modest density intensification, which respects stable residential neighborhood character. That distinction is important. Maximum density is a ceiling, it's not a target. The real official plan question is whether or not the proposed form and intensity of development respect the character of the surrounding stable residential neighborhood and whether that conclusion has been adequately demonstrated in the planning record. I would respectfully submit that today's report to Council does neither, and consequently the approval recommendation of today's report to Council does not conform with our official plans. It's a statutory requirement of the Planning Act that planning applications shall conform with official plans. Conformity, therefore, is mandatory, not discretionary in planning decisions. The Ontario Land Tribunal consistently holds that failure to conform with official plan is a fundamental planning error. I'd like to draw Council's attention to the alternative proposal that goes directly to the matter of the planning record before you today, in today's report to Council, and that it is incomplete. After consideration of the over-intensification issues raised by residents at the public meeting held here on the 28th of January, a resident prepared 7-page illustrated alternative modest density infill proposal was submitted to the GSP group on the 11th of March. That alternative modest density infill proposal demonstrated how the subject property could be developed with single detached dwellings fronting on South Street and with modest density infill that is consistent with the precedent principles which Council accepted when approving Side Road 19's modest density development. Importantly, in March, the GSP GSP Group circulated the alternative modest density infill proposal to both the developer and the township staff. Yet the report to council before you today fails to include a copy of that 11 March alternative modest density infill proposal, fails to include a copy of the resident follow-up letter dated 19 April 2026 to GSP entitled Request for Transparent Evidence-Based Planning Rationale and Precedent Application for South Street, which I subsequently distributed to members of council by email. And it also fails to include the information items A through F requested on the 19th of April in that request for transparent evidence-based planning rationale and precedent application for South Street. Consequently, council is not in a position to make an informed approval decision today because today's report to council does not provide council with any planning analysis explaining why the more intensive, higher density townhouse development concept being recommended by staff is preferable to the alternative modest density infill proposal from a perspective of both planning policy compliance and recent planning decision precedent consistency. Why this matters? This matters because the existence of an alternative modest density infill.
Excuse me, Bob. Could you start to, I'll give you another minute to wrap up.
It'll only take a minute.
Okay, thank you.
This matters because the existence of an alternative modest density infill proposal changes the planning question. The issue becomes whether the specific higher density intensification being recommended is the most appropriate and compatible form and density of development for this location. When an alternative modest density infill proposal exists that may better align with the established character of the stable residential area and better align with the principles of council's own recent interpretation of modest density intensification, council should reasonably expect to see the alternative modest density infill proposal presented and evaluated in today's report to council. However, such is not the case. Without that analysis in the report to council, council is effectively being asked to turn a blind eye and to choose from a recommendation of only one planning outcome without being shown why the other potentially policy compliant outcome is preferable or not. I would respectfully submit that deferral or refusal are the only appropriate options available to council today, because today's report to council does not provide the thorough, transparent, and sufficiently informed planning record on which Ontario Land Tribunal expects council to make decisions. For these reasons, I would also respectfully submit that my requested deferral, this important planning matter, is appropriate and necessary, and that such a deferral would be supported on review by the Ontario Land Tribunal. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Bob. I'll read this first. Council received the delegation from Bob Jackson regarding agenda item 12.4 for information. Do I have a mover on that? Councillor Wilton, seconded on Councillor Craddock, and this is your time, Council, if you want any questions to ask of last two delegations, questions or comments. Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and through you, thank you, Mr. Jackson, for your presentation. I just want to clarify for both delegations that there was some insinuation that council does not have the complete information we need to make a decision, and we actually do have all the information to make a decision. All the reports are on the complete current applications website, which is publicly available for everybody. So we've had these reports available since the application was filed, and we had a public meeting, which, as you know, is mandated by the Planning Act of Ontario. That was held. Comments were included in the report back to today's agenda, and also this particular applicant went above and beyond the mandated public engagement by having a community information night. So I just wanted to correct the fact that council might not have all the information, because we do have it, and we have your submissions as well. So thank you for that.
I submit that that is the case, that you don't have it all. You do have information, but you don't have it all. And I realize this is a long presentation, so I sent Tyler a copy before the meeting so he can distribute it.
Any further comment? Yes, Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Bob, did you look into the county comments on this project?
Yes, I did.
Was that part of it? I didn't see it in the submission, but I just wanted to make sure you saw it.
I did see them.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thanks. I appreciate you coming.
Any further comments or questions? Again, thank you, Bob, for your delegation.
Just take a vote there. You just did a mover and second, but you didn't do
Oh, yes, that's right. There was a mover second. All in favor? That's so moved. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so no consent.
Okay, so we're going to move down to consent items. Consent agenda items are considered routine in nature and are voted on collectively. However, any member of council may request one or more items to be removed from the consent agenda action. Okay, I'll leave that opportunity to any of the councillors to bring up or speak to any of those consent. Okay. Seeing none, the recommendation that the Council Township of Centre Wellington approve consent agenda items 11.1 and through to 11.4. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor McDonald, seconder on that. Councillor Jefferson, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. Yes. So now we move down to item 12.1, item 12.7 storm water rate study, and we're looking for Adam McNabb to speak to this. Welcome, Adam.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. And through you, I'll start with a bit of a preamble, then turn it over to Daryl Abbs, who is with us today to kind of present the draft study in a little bit more detail. So just in broad strokes, this report has been brought forward to request council receive the draft stormwater rate study for information and to obtain direction to post the draft stormwater rate study on Connect CW for input, and further to defer any future public information sessions related to this topic until the next term of council. The draft stormwater rate study responds to recommendations stemming from the township's stormwater management master plan and has been facilitated through the township's capital plan via the water, wastewater, and stormwater rate study project endorsed by council as part of the 2025 budget process. To discuss the report in detail, we've got Daryl, as I've mentioned, from Watson Associate Economists Limited here, as well as senior staff available to answer any questions that council may have. And important to note is that the draft report and any calculation methodologies are only being presented for information purposes at this time and are subject to change through future public engagement and implementation phases. And with that, I will turn it over to Daryl to provide a little bit more detail.
Welcome, Daryl.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Pleasure to be here before you again today. This presentation of the stormwater rate study findings, as Adam introduced, is kind of the proposed or the draft calculations put together for the draft report. And it really is the kind of last step where we started the water and wastewater rate study process and passed the water wastewater rate study in the financial plan earlier this year. And this is kind of the last component of that. So I will be going through a little bit of just kind of refresher on what is stormwater, what's stormwater management, why does the township have to deal with it, what's the rate study process we followed, what a typical rate study process looks like, what are the things we take a look at as part of a rate study of this nature. What are the costs to provide the stormwater service that the township is looking at over the next 10 years? And a lot of this falls from the stormwater management master plan that was completed, which did identify a proposed level of service and what the operating and capital costs would be. We'll talk about the different rate methodologies that municipalities have implemented or can implement, talk about some of the policies that were considered, the public engagement process that would be required before implementation of a stormwater rate, and then upon implementation, what are some of the things the township would have to deal with if council at the time chooses to move forward. So what is stormwater? Really what we're talking about is rainwater, snow melts. So when it rains, when it snows, there's runoff from properties, right? So you have your, take a typical house, you have hard surfaces that the water hits, runs off into the eaves trough, runs down the eaves trough, down the driveway, and onto the municipal road. Once all that runoff gets onto the municipal road, the municipality deals with the infrastructure, uses infrastructure to deal with the stormwater runoff to ensure that there's not flooding of homes, of basements, of different properties. And so really what we're talking about is taking that water that falls down or that melts off these properties, runs into the stormwater mains, and then how do we manage it? We run out to outfalls or stormwater management ponds or things of that nature. And so because of that, the township, the municipality needs to install infrastructure. Sometimes as part of subdivision developments, developers will install stormwater mains. If a township is installing a road, they'll install stormwater mains as part of the road. So you're spending money on the infrastructure to deal with the stormwater runoff. And so currently, the way that you fund the stormwater costs is predominantly through property taxes. And this is something that municipalities across Ontario generally do, actually mostly across Canada, have historically funded their operations through property taxes, typically kind of integrated with the roads budget. There is a small portion funded from the wastewater rates as well, which we have gone through and reviewed as part of this process. And so when we're thinking of a stormwater rates, and really in part what we're doing is looking at potentially taking this off the tax base and having a dedicated rate similar to a water or wastewater rate that would apply to those users that are getting benefit from the stormwater system. And so if we're going to be doing that, there's really two main components: the numerator, which is the cost that we're trying to recover, the denominator, which is how are we going to recover those costs and how are we going to charge those users that benefit. And what we can do is calculate what those potential stormwater rates would be. In addition, we'd consider incentives and rebates, public engagement as part of the process, council approval, and implementation matters. And so when we're talking about the costs to be recovered, it's relatively straightforward in your case because you just had the master plan completed, which did identify what those operating and capital costs are. And so as a starting point, what we did was we also took a look at your current budgets to see what those stormwater management costs are as a component of your road system, of your road budget. And so we could pull those out and make sure we identify what the stormwater costs are specifically to be incorporated. And then as well, take a look at that master plan, which identified the capital needs over the longer term, over the 10-year time horizon. And then as well, build that operating budget so we can see what the full picture is, what costs need to be funded with relation to stormwater. So what we did here was summarize the total capital needs, and I apologize, might be a bit small on the screen there. But when we're looking at the capital needs over the next 10 years, it's about $34.3 million in capital needs. And most of that, just over 32 million, is non-growth related needs. So think about asset management related requirements, maintenance, rehabilitation, asset management required costs. And so that needs to be funded currently from the taxpayer. But if you were to implement some sort of rate, they would be recovered through the ratepayers. In addition, what we did was we took a look at the operating budget. And the second table there, we've identified the operating costs there, going from about 2.3 million up to about $2.8 million over that 10-year period. In addition to those operating costs, we layer on the money we need to start to save up so we can pay for those capital projects. And the overall amount that would need to be funded from the taxpayer, the ratepayer, goes from about $5 million in the first year up to about just under $8 million by the end of the 10 years. Okay. And you can see on that bottom graph the biggest component of that is going to be the capital needs over time. What we've done as we've taken a look at what these potential rates would look like is kind of smoothing that out over time so we don't see big jumps in the rates, but the rates are increasing over time to recover the costs. In terms of the denominator, how are we going to recover those costs that we just identified? There's a number of different methodologies that municipalities could use, and I won't spend my time going through all of them, but your current one is property taxes. And so if we recover the cost through property taxes, that means we allocate the costs based on the assessed value of properties. And so it's easy to administer because you're already doing it. And it's easy for the public to understand. The challenge is there's not a lot of equity in who pays for the use, right? If my house is worth more than your house, I'm going to pay more than you for the stormwater system. But do I really add more to the stormwater system? Probably not. And so there's a number of different methodologies we work through, and we did work with township staff. We had a few workshops to try to understand what methodologies we could use. And as we work our way to the bottom of the list, we get to the most equitable approach. And so that's why I'm kind of, instead of explaining all of them, just jumping to that one, because what this is the measured impervious area approach. And so what we do is we take a look at your property and we measure the impervious area, which means the area where water can't be absorbed, right? So if it's a roof, if we take a look at an overhead map on GIS, you look at your roof, you look at your driveway, for example, if it's made of concrete or pavement, you take a look at any patios or things like that where the water will hit and run off. And so this is the most equitable way to allocate the costs because it's the most indicative of the demand or the need for stormwater services is the impervious area. And so historically, the biggest challenge with this approach is gathering that data. You can think we have to identify what the measured impervious areas of every single property, what happens if someone builds a shed or a new property, how does that change over time, how do we update that? And historically, that was a challenge. But nowadays, actually, what we're finding is there's good information through different providers that provide overhead GIS imaging. And so actually, the township is able to provide measured impervious area on a frequent basis. So we could utilize this methodology rather than have some poor GIS tech measuring properties all the time as they change. And so because we're able to utilize this approach, we are able to undertake the calculations of the impervious area. So some other considerations we would have to do. We also have to take a look at, are we going to consider different residential properties differently? What about non-residential properties? Agricultural properties and managed forests need to be removed from the calculations because of some recent changes to the legislation, and schools and municipal buildings would be removed as well. So again, there's a lot of numbers on this table, but what we've done as part of this process is we gathered the information, worked with township staff to identify the different types of properties within the township that would benefit from the stormwater services. So really, we're looking at the urban areas and the hamlets that do have a stormwater infrastructure in front of their properties or near their properties. And so what we were able to do was identify the total area of those properties, calculate the total impervious area of those properties based on that imaging information. And what we came up with was a total of 3,776 impervious acres that become the denominator in the calculations. So we take what dollars we need to recover, divide it by that number, and now we have a rate per impervious acre. So one of the things we considered as part of the water wastewater rate study as well is things are going to change over time. You have growth. And so with growth, if you take a field and you build a subdivision on it, now you have a lot of impervious area where you otherwise didn't. And so that needs to be factored into the calculations. And so what we did was we took a look at the average impervious area for different types of residential units. We took a look at the growth forecast that's included in the DC background study and the water wastewater rate study. And so that's 307 units added annually, which equates to about 41 acres of land, which equates to about 12.1 impervious acres of land added to the calculations per year. And so that's what we've done. We've included that in that forecast. And so with that, when we put those two things together, what we can calculate is our stormwater rates. And I apologize, I should have put per impervious acre. But what this means is for 2026, we take the budget, we equate it to this rate per impervious acre. It'd be $1,318 per impervious acre. And you're gonna say, well, what the heck does that mean to a typical property? So if we take a look at a residential property, on average, we saw the single family detached homes are about 0.29 acres of land. On that 0.29 acres is about 0.08 acres of impervious area. So we multiply that by the rate, we're getting about $109 for the average annual stormwater bill. Okay, so that's the total year, $109. If we took a look at the average commercial in our list of properties, 0.7 acres, 0.46 impervious acres, about $637 for the year. And for the average industrial, it was about 2.26 acres of impervious land, about just over $3,000 for the year. Okay. Based on those needs and what the master plan identified in terms of the operating capital costs over the term, again, what we did was we tried to smooth out those rates so that what would be required would be 5% rate increases over the term, which would end in $2,045 per impervious acre at the end of the forecast. So based on those calculated rates, where does that put you with respect to other municipalities that have stormwater rates? Again, many municipalities have this kind of embedded in their tax budget, so it's not necessarily that easy to pull out. But if we compare to those that have stormwater rates, we can kind of see where you are, and you're kind of on the lower end for a typical residential property. If we take a look at the commercial property, again, kind of in the lower middle component of the graph, which you can see kind of increases significantly as you get to some of the larger municipalities. And again, kind of lower middle end if we take a look at the typical industrial property of 4.3 acres. So as part of the process as well, we take a look at incentives and credits. So is there certain types of development that we want to, or certain types of properties we want to provide an incentive or credit for? Maybe they provide their own stormwater management on their site to reduce the quantity of stormwater or improve the quality that goes into the municipal system. In working with a number of municipalities and identifying credits, and some municipalities, if we take a look at Windsor, Mississauga, they have extensive credit and incentive programs, and working with some other municipalities, we've heard that there's not a lot of uptake. So there's a lot of work in creating these policies, a lot of administration, and then no one uses it. So I think as part of the process, what we would kind of suggest or recommend is that if this were to be implemented, you would move forward with implementation, and through the first few years, you would hear from the residents and determine from there if a credit policy or an incentive program would be required when you update the rate study, again, presumably in 5 years. In addition, I mentioned there's kind of exemptions from this. So township-owned properties and schools, farm properties and managed forest properties have to as well, and rural properties. So we actually had the first engagement as part of the, it's called the All Projects meeting back, it was actually May 29th, 2025 when we introduced this. And then, as we were working through the development charge background study, the water wastewater rate study, we made sure to complete those first as we were working on completing this. And so now we're bringing forward this is information to council today, so it's on the public record. And then, as Adam mentioned, that there'd be further consultation that would occur, another public engagement session, another council meeting for approval before any implementation occurred. And then before actual implementation occurred, there would be release of public information materials, so maybe through the tax bills or some other manner, public notices as well, just to ensure that as any potential rate comes forward, there's a lot of information to the public, letting them know that this is happening before they all of a sudden get a separate bill that they've never had before. And so if council at the time moves forward with implementation, there's a few things that need to be considered. How do these bills go out? Is it through an internal billing system? What kind of information are we getting to the public before implementation happens? We need to create a billing file that can be augmented as development and redevelopment happens. And I think working with the township, there's a pretty straightforward process because we can get updated GIS information. We can kind of update that on an annual or biannual basis to keep that database up to date. And so they keep an impervious area database up to date as well, which would be used to apply and calculate the rates for each of the properties. So with that, happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl, for that presentation. Comments, questions? Councillor Evoy.
Thank you, through you, sir. I'm surprising myself when I say how interesting that was, because I didn't know that I would find it that interesting, but it really is how you figure out the impervious acres and how you charge. Fascinating. But my question is, obviously I can understand how commercial space might have more impervious acre space, so they would pay more. Is there a direct connection thereafter to usage, or like usage of actual water itself, before I ask you the second half of that? How do you connect that, or do we?
Sorry, through the mayor, just clarify.
Water usage. So, is there any connection with what they're paying based on the IAs? Is there any connection to what the usage is in the property itself of water?
Oh, through the mayor, like their usage of
is there any way to pencil this out?
I don't think so. Not sure. I just want to clarify. So we talk about their usage of water. You mean to actually quantify or calculate how much volume actually came off their property?
It seems like we can figure out everything else. So I'm just wondering if this is something that we're looking at.
Yeah, without a meter to calculate how much comes off the property, we wouldn't be able to determine exactly how much the actual usage would be.
And just with regards to that benefit program that you said people often won't engage in, wouldn't it be lovely if we implemented it and sent them, hey, you saved $6 this month, and then had an explanation how that happened, which might encourage further engagement in a program like that, rather than just putting it out there. So they knew they could understand how they've already saved that $6 or whatever it is. I think that might make the average user more inclined to keep going the next month.
Yeah.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, can you speak to, explain a little bit further the Infrastructure for Jobs and Prosperity Act 2015, how it relates to this study, just for clarification for the public?
Absolutely. And through the mayor, thank you for that question. So the Infrastructure for Jobs and Prosperity Act required detailed asset management plans to be created by municipalities for all of the services you provide. As part of that, there's a requirement to have a kind of financial plan on how you're going to meet the asset management requirements, how you're going to maintain, operate, and replace those assets. And so as part of the rate study calculations we've identified, embedded in the operating costs, or embedded in the capital costs, is the asset management related replacement costs of the assets. And so all of that's incorporated into the rate study calculations to ensure that the principle of full cost recovery is maintained, similar to how you approach your water and wastewater rate calculations.
Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and through you, thank you for the presentation. Just curious how low impact development and green municipal infrastructure can play into this. So if we kind of start to try and move away from the impervious surfaces and move towards bioswales and catchment areas and rain gardens and everything like that, even in light of the other issue on our agenda today in terms of infill development, when you are taking away some of that green cover and replacing it with hard surfaces. Have you factored any of that into this calculation, or what are the opportunities, I guess, to calculate more green infrastructure into these types of calculations? Thank you.
Yeah, so through the mayor, those things have not been factored into the calculations. It's been a straightforward, what's the impervious area, calculate the rates based on that. But they can be incorporated. And so something like that can be a good candidate for a credit or an incentive program. If you construct one of those things, let's say rooftop garden or something like that, that helps deal with the stormwater management flow, that you can get a credit for a certain number of years, or if you install certain, you develop in a certain way that's low impact development that helps reduce the runoff, then you would qualify for a reduced rate. Those types of things can be built into a credit incentive policy. Again, at this point, this is probably a good point to bring up at the next public engagement to try to get an understanding from the public about what they would like to see in terms of a credit incentive policy. But those types of things would be great for a credit or incentive.
Okay. Any other further comments, or Councillor Jefferson?
Thank you, Mayor Waters. My question is just kind of with our budget. If we proceed forward with this and then it becomes like a charge that you're paying into, like the residential tax base, are we going to see like the numbers that you have for the operating budget and capital needs reflected in, like, say, the 2027 budget, so that we can see that there would be a decrease that we need for like a requirement for our tax base? Thank you.
Through the Mayor, I'd probably pass that question over to staff to address that.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Jefferson. It's a good one. It's certainly something we would look to dovetail with an annual budgeting process. So once we would implement this, we would look to dovetail that with a kind of a future year annual budget to ensure that when we're introducing this rate, we're having the subsequent offsetting amounts come off of the annual operating budget, if you will, from a taxation and wastewater perspective.
Any other further comments or questions for Daryl or Adam? Well, thank you very much for your presentation. I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Central Wellington receive report FIN 2026-09 and associated draft stormwater rate study for information, and that the Council of Township of Central Wellington direct staff to post the draft stormwater rate study on Connect CW for input, and defer any further public information sessions related to this topic until the next term of council. Do you have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor Adams. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in, sorry. Yep.
Sorry. Yep. Just thinking, with the rural property exemptions, currently there is infrastructure out in the country regarding stormwater with culverts and ditches. Would it be good to charge them at maybe like a smaller rate so they're still contributing to the maintenance of those particulars?
Yeah, through the Mayor. I mean, typically municipalities have kind of moved away from charging the rural areas because the ditching costs become typically less than 2% of the overall cost of the stormwater. So keeping that separate on your transportation budget is typical of what municipalities have been doing, just because the rate is so low.
Makes sense. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Otherwise, you're sending out bills for like $2 to a property, and it might not make sense. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other further questions or comments, we had a first and seconder. All those in favor? That's so moved. Okay, so we are now item 12.2, Central Wellington Hydro Annual General Meeting report from Dan Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. We have Wayne Dice here, President of Central Wellington Hydro, to do a presentation.
Welcome, Wayne. And I see Heather as well.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council, for having us here today to give you an overview of the energy companies over the last year. And thanks for the introduction and introducing Heather, who is our Vice President and Treasurer of the energy companies. So we'll jump right in and by all means ask questions as I go. Maybe we'll jump right in. Is it on the side or is it on the... All righty. I'll give you a nod as we go. Okay. So nothing's changed with the energy company's structure over the last year. The township is the sole shareholder of the holding company and its subsidiaries, Center Wellington Hydro and Center Wellington Energy Innovations. And the board of directors for Center Wellington Hydro consist of the mayor and 4 independent directors. So Michael Chapman is our chair, and Michelle Phillips' term will end this year. And then we have Peter Souls and Christopher Penny. And for the energy company and the innovations company, the board of directors are the mayor and the CAO and myself. As far as the formal business for today, for the AGM, the corporate resolutions are all articulated, I believe, in the CAO's report to council, and there's nothing out of the ordinary with them. The one item that is a little different is the shareholder direction between Center Wellington Energy and Center Wellington Hydro. There's been an amendment to that. There's a section in the shareholder direction that requires Center Wellington Hydro to get approval from the shareholder when we want to borrow money. More than $50,000 was the threshold, and that's been increased to $600,000. And that's just to bring that amount up to a more realistic, reasonable amount in today's current costing of items. That hasn't been changed in over 25 years, and the cost of things has obviously increased in that time. So. You're doing a great job of watching me try this still. So the rest of the presentation will focus on Center Wellington Hydro and our business there. From a strategic outlook, we continue to try and take a balanced approach with everything that we do, and that starts with specifically with our stakeholders. And you'll see there that within our community, we paid over $100,000 towards community relations projects and charitable donations. With the shareholder, it's just under $400,000 of interest payments and what would be considered dividends to the township. And then within our company itself, we've reinvested over $700,000 in Center Wellington Hydro in the 2025 year. And then that carries on through, of course, everything we do is paid for by our rates, our customers' rates. So again, that's why we take this balanced approach, and we use that money to prudently put together our budgets and work our budgets and our maintenance plans and to ensure operational excellence. And there's a few slides down the road on our budgets, so we'll talk about that a little bit more. And then at a higher level, as far as our capital structure goes, you'll see that our debt to equity is 42 to 58% split, and our debt to capital assets is 43%. So those are good numbers, and we still have room to leverage if need to be. So with our capital investments, you'll see there that there are 2 large years. You might recall in 2024, we replaced the transformer at the Elora number 2 substation. And that the increased capacity there has been a welcomed addition for supporting connections in Elora and growth in Elora. And this year, we just actually, last week, we energized and commissioned a new station in Fergus, the Fergus MS5, and that's at the south end of Fergus. And that project came in under budget, just under $3 million. So it's exciting to get that station online and help us prepare for growth, and also just strengthen our reliability and flexibility within our system as a whole in Fergus. And as far as operating expenses, our total OM&A expenses last year were just under $4 million. And that goes to, you'll see 17% to billing and collecting. And as you know, we do the billing and collecting for the township's water and wastewater services as well. And 18% for depreciation and amortization. And And then the general the operating and maintenance, 28%, that's for all of our physical operations work that we do on our system. And then the largest category there, 38%, is general admin. And there's a lot of things in that bucket, a lot of labor, of course. There's our IT and our cybersecurity programs. There's a lot of insurance, all of our regulatory obligations. So our reporting to the Ontario Energy Board and what we call RRR reporting. All of our rate filings, annual, and our larger one, our 5-year rate rebasing application that we submit. So there's a lot of expenses in that general admin. And that's all paid for through our revenue, of course. And in 2025, our distribution revenue was just under $5 million. And this graph here it depicts which customer classes, the portions they pay for all of our revenue. And the largest one there at 58% is our residential customers. And our general service customers larger than 50, that should say 50 kilowatts. That's how we distinguish between our small and large commercial and industrial customers, is their general service smaller or larger than 50 kilowatts. And we run a cost allocation model to ensure that all of our ratepayers are not cross-subsidizing any other customer class. So it needs to be fair, and our customers have to pay for the appropriate amount of the system that they're using. And that's what that cost allocation model does. It just ensures that, again, there's no cross-subsidization. And we came up with this graphic just to demonstrate for a normal residential customer where their money goes to on a typical bill. And as you would expect, 50% goes to the ISO, or the Independent Electricity System Operator, and that's for the generation. And that's the lion's share of the costs. And then we retain 21% on an average bill to do all those things that we just talked about. And then the transmission is about 14%. And then there's taxes and regulatory costs on top of that. And then of note, we are still receiving the Ontario electricity rebate, which is at 23.5%. So all residential customers and small commercial customers receive that. And this one just tacks on what the water and wastewater is for an average customer household. And you can see it's about 38% of the total bill. Maybe soon to be stormwater as well. We'll see. In previous years, we've always shown a graph that chalks Central Wellington Hydro's reliability up against the province's average. So our interruption frequency and interruption duration statistics, and those continue to be outstanding. But I thought we'd just drill into some of the causes for our interruptions in 2025. And it's interesting to see that small yellow piece of pie there, the loss of supply. We only had one of those interruptions last year. And then when you look at that pink piece of pie, the foreign interference, we had a couple interruptions. Now, one of them was just a minor secondary meter base. There was only 2 customers. So if you remove that, 2 interruptions in 2025 caused over 7,500 customers to be without power. Now, unfortunately, those are out of our control. The loss of supply is from our host distributor, and the foreign interference is due to accidents and customer-connected equipment in some cases. So again, those are unfortunate, but they do affect a lot of our customers. So not that we like interruptions at all, but the one that we try to focus on is the planned interruptions. And that's that larger blue piece there. And we had 23 planned interruptions, but it affected relatively small amount of customers at 281. We can switch things around and try and minimize how many customers are affected when we can do that through a planned process. And that allows us to really get in there and replace assets and do it safely, quickly, proactively, so that we can mitigate all those other factors like weather and tree contact and defective equipment. So although it looks like there's a lot of interruptions, that goes a long way in mitigating all those unplanned interruptions that, of course, our customers don't want. And finally, our scorecard. The OEB doesn't publicize these until the fall, but we've got some preliminary numbers in there for 2025, second from the far right, and that just shows what we expect them numbers to be. And you'll see that with the service quality and customer satisfaction, we still exceed all the targets, and all the other metrics there. Our safety, system reliability, cost control, on all counts, I would say that's an A+ scorecard. So we're happy with that again, and we don't expect those numbers to change. But again, this won't be public until 2025, or sorry, for the fall of 2026. Lisa, sorry.
Sorry, are you done?
Yep. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Thank you so much. That's a great overview, and now it's public, though, just so you know. I really want to thank you for borrowing and stealing the transformer for in town in Elora when we had that major outage. I believe it was last summer in the heat. What are we doing for that area of the grid? Like, we're looking at the mill is expanding, and there's some major businesses that need energy along with the rest of us, and a lot of people still work from home and need their energy. How are we tackling that?
Well, thank you for the question, and through you, Mayor Waters. So last year was an extremely hot year. We are working through some load forecasts right now and looking at weather normalizing our historical peaks. And 2025 was one of the three hottest summers, in decades. So of course that played a role in it. But very specifically, what we're doing is we just delivered some notices. We are going to be scheduling some transformer replacements in the downtown core of Elora in the fall, when hopefully it will be least disruptive to the businesses and the residents there. And we'll keep the customers in that area informed. As mentioned, they've received letters already as a heads up. That transformer replacement in Elora, Station 2 in 2024, that is kind of part and parcel to ensuring that we have capacity in Elora. So yeah, we continue to proactively plan, because as you said, there are more developments coming down the pipe in that area. So we're expecting the growth, the electrical growth in that area.
Any other comments or questions for Wayne? Yes, Councillor Evoy.
Heather as well. I see you back there. You guys did a great job. We appreciate the report. Thanks to both of you for coming today.
Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? Again, thank you, Wayne and Heather, for coming out today. I know our community is very proud of all the work you do and our partnership with Central Wellington Hydro, where you provide a tremendous service and have been doing for over 25 years. So again, thank you. I'm going to read the recommendation. That the council receive report CAO 2026-14 Central Wellington Hydro annual general meeting, and that the council approves the 2025 shareholder direction as outlined in the resolution of shareholder and resolution of the sole shareholder for Central Wellington Energy Inc., and that council approve the 2025 annual report, approved audited financial statements for Central Wellington Hydro, Central Wellington Energy Innovation, and Central Wellington Energy Inc. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, a seconder on that. Councillor McDonald. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. So we're moving down to item 12.3, water softener rebate program, and I see Ian moving to the lectern. Welcome, Ian.
See if I have any better luck with this guy here.
So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm just going to give you a very brief overview of our upcoming water softener rebate program. And this is, okay. Why is this important, the water softener rebate program? One of the reasons that we have come around on these water softeners and been thinking of providing a solution is that we have found that water softeners to be one of the key sources of water waste in our residential homes. For example, a malfunctioning water softener can waste approximately 20 to 100 liters of water an hour, which doesn't necessarily always sound like a lot until you start doing the math on that at 24 hours a day, every single day of the week. And you get numbers like 14,000 to 70,000 liters a month, especially if you haven't caught it yet. And some of the issues around that are that, these units are typically in a basement. They're typically hooked up to a basement drain. So your typical homeowner doesn't necessarily know that anything's happening until there's already a problem. Time-based water softeners are kind of the entry-level unit that you can get for a water softener. It just recharges on a set time schedule. And we have found while talking to some different contractors that they tend to schedule these to cycle more often than they need to on purpose so that they receive less calls for customer care for having hard water and not being set properly. So we know that this is already an issue. So thinking about this, to address that, we've come up with two different options with using industry technology that is available. Option one for this program will be a demand-based water softener, which is a unit that basically reads and gets used to the schedule of whatever residence it's in and can monitor and create a regeneration cycle on demand when it's needed instead of on a set schedule, which results in a lot less water being wasted or used. And this is almost the industry standard at this point, but there's still a lot of lower cost units that are just the time-based that are available out there. Option two is a little bit of a different technology. It is called nucleation template assisted crystallization. And what this is not an actual water softening unit or conditioning unit. It does the same job as a water softener in that it prevents the scale buildup within the system. However, these systems do not use any salt and they don't produce any water wastage. They are a once-through system that uses water on demand instead of having a retention unit like a typical water softener. There are some different things to get used to, though, if you are the resident that is choosing to go with this system. It does not produce soft water. It only has hard water that does not produce scale. So you have to be getting used to that. And part of our information campaign for this will kind of stress that. And they also don't function as efficiently at very high hardnesses. And this is why in our stipulation for the terms and conditions we placed that the residents will get a hardness test done before they choose to go with this option so that they know what they're getting into. As part of this, we also did a 10-year cost comparison, and I think it kind of speaks for itself. When you put the numbers together for the time-dependent water softener in a 10-year span, it actually is the most expensive, and that's still considering no issues, no breakdowns, no calls for any maintenance on these models. And you can see as well, like just in the water savings itself, you really save a lot of money in a 10-year span on a demand-based unit. So there are some issue contributing areas in Fergus and Elora that are for chloride. And as part of this effort and in consultation with the Healthy Communities committee, part of what we were looking at is being able to extend the eligibility for option two, which is those saltless systems, to any residential address, municipal address that is within the the chloride issue contributing area within Fergus or Elora. So this would be a residence that has its own well and a septic field where all the water in the home that passes through a water softener ends up in the septic field. So the salt ends up in the septic field. It ends up in the ground. And that's where we get our water resource from. So a change to the saltless NACTAC system will eliminate salt use in these. So we're going to extend the rebate to those that aren't on municipal services, but are in those issue contributing areas. So that was just an example for the Fergus one there on the screen. This is an example of where that issue area is in Elora. And we did confirm that there are a list of about 530 different addresses that would fall into that category. And we will have that available to the public as well, so they don't have to guess where they are. The application process will be online, so we will receive applications on a first come, first served basis. We will, as always, print off paper copies of that and have them available here at 1 McDonald Square if residents so chooses to do it in a paper. We will arrange inspections to verify the eligibility of the models being swapped. And once this process is completed, then we'll approve the application and submit for a rebate. So the promotion and advertising plan is what we plan to work on next. So we're going to try to get this on the airwaves and have everyone informed of their options, working with communications. And we hope to launch this officially as early as July. And it's already there, ready to go. We just have to put a couple things, dot a couple I's and cross some T's. Any questions?
Thank you, Ian. Yes, comments, questions. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Ian. This sort of ties in our salt conversation further down the agenda. So this is very interesting to see how it's going to roll out. But I really appreciate all the hard work you did on this. And I want to take note of that because we do need to look for alternatives. We are running out of salt in the province of Ontario. And thank you for bringing this forward.
Any other further comments? Go ahead, Councillor Craddock.
Thank you. Just with the NAC and tax systems, with our water being like so extremely hard, is there many scenarios where it would work for residents?
So from a little bit of the research that I had done, the typical drop off in reliability for these are around 500, 550 parts per million of sodium chloride in a system. The hardness level in our municipal is a little bit different between Fergus and Elora. So Fergus is typically about that 550, 560 amount. Elora is actually a little bit less. So it's about in the 400s. The difference here is that might not be a great option for every residence. And again, like it will still work. They will just have to put more effort into making sure that the media is changed on whatever basis they need to based on the decreased efficiency. But in a residential scenario where they have their own well, they typically are not drilled anywhere near as deep as a residential well, or as a municipal well, I'm sorry. So they will have to get their hardness checked because there is a chance that they're much lower on that spectrum than actual municipal wells. Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Thank you, Ian, for that. And I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Central Wellington endorse the water softener rebate program. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Evoy, seconder on that. Councillor Adams. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Thank you. So 12.4. Okay. So now we're going to move down to zoning amendment RZ 07 2025 decision report. And I ask Deanna to speak to this. Welcome.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Mayor Waters and members of council. Through you, the report before you pertains to a zoning amendment application for the lands at 191 Wellington Road 7 and 290 South Street. The properties are located between South Street and Wellington Road 7, northwest of David Street West, in the Elora Salem Urban Center. The lands are approximately 0.83 hectares and currently contain a single detached residential dwelling, which is proposed to remain, save for the attached garage, which will be removed. Surrounding land uses in the immediate vicinity to the north, east, and south include low-density residential uses, primarily in the form of single detached dwellings. Slightly further north is a row of several street townhouse blocks fronting Wellington Road 7. The Jefferson Elora Community Center, Elora Lions Park, and Elora Curling Club are located to the south of the development site. The redevelopment proposes 23 new residential units, including 4 street townhouse units fronting onto South Street and 19 cluster townhouse units accessed via private internal road from South Street. The property is currently zoned R1A residential in the township zoning bylaw and residential in the township's official plan, and is within the Elora Salem built-up area. In order to allow for residential intensification, the applicant is proposing rezoning to R3 residential exception with site-specific provisions to address deficiencies. In support of the application, several studies were received, as outlined in the report. The applicable provincial and local policies are reviewed and addressed in the planning justification report and are echoed in the staff report. The studies will be finalized and implemented through the future site plan application. A public meeting was held on January 28, 2026, and written submissions received prior to writing this report have been appended to the report, along with the public meeting minutes. We are aware that further comments have been received since publishing of the agenda. Concerns mainly related to compatibility within the existing neighborhood, density, traffic, parking, and height. The application has been revised since the public meeting to address these concerns, including lowering the unit count from 23 to 25, limiting the height to 2 stories, and incorporation of additional design considerations. Township staff generally agree with the policy analysis provided in the planning justification report and conclude that the proposed development is compatible and appropriate within the context of the surrounding lands and represents the intensification of an underutilized parcel within the Elora Salem Urban Center. This proposed development would also contribute to the minimum 20% residential intensification target and supports the provision of a range and mix of housing options. We're happy to answer any questions, and the agent and owner are also present if you have any additional questions for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deanna. Comments, questions from council? Councilor McDowell.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Deanna, for the report. Are you able to speak to county's involvement and why road access wouldn't be off of 7? And also speak to our 20% target of housing and just any of the comments that they made on this project, because they do actually speak to it, I think.
Sure. So the county's, the county's comments were provided as an appendix to the report, which I'm sure you saw. We didn't receive additional transportation comments. We did follow up. We didn't receive any. But it's my understanding that at the pre-consultation, they weren't supportive of access from 7. As far as the 20% intensification target, that comes from their county official plan.
I already know I can't defer this, and the reason is I think we've run out of time. Especially with OLT. We're getting this so many days later probably than we should. So I just want to know if you could speak to the timing of this under the Planning Act.
Sure. If council did defer the application, the applicant can appeal for non-decision.
And so for me, I mean, we have several applications at OLT right now on top of ombudsman complaints and everything else. Our legal fees are just skyrocketing. And so I'm a little more apt to mediate this now, hopefully amongst us. Thank you for now.
Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. And I don't have a question. I just have a comment that I think this type of project is exactly what we're looking for in our community right now. Society in general is facing some multiple crises in terms of farmland loss, affordability, and housing. So a lot of people can't afford houses. By encouraging urban sprawl, it's actually a more expensive form of infrastructure development, so that which impacts our tax base for everybody. So intensifying inside is a smart way to go at the moment. And I think this is actually quite a modest infill, and townhouse style housing is quite popular with multiple demographics. So I really appreciate that this proposal has come forward. I think everybody's done their due diligence, and I appreciate the delegates who've raised other concerns, and I think some modifications were made. So I think it's been a good process, and I'm really happy to see this project move forward as presented today. Thank you.
Any further comments from Council? Councillor Adams?
Yes, thank you. I just did have a question. So when we speak, this is about just over 0.8 of an acre, I think, this lot size here.
23 hectares.
Okay. So this would be at a rate of like 27.5 units per hectare. So would this fall, like, according to our OP, like a low or like medium density with that ratio?
Through you, we would consider this a medium density as per the OP.
Yeah.
And townhouse units are permitted.
Okay. But definitely not, it wouldn't be considered high.
No.
And this is where we see we have 2 stories, it's at 2 stories. And there's been some concessions made with the styling as well. We heard about a porch being placed around the units.
Through you, that was a recommendation through the Heritage Impact Assessment to address South Street. So they provided a wraparound porch on the 1-story townhouse block that faces the internal private drive.
Right. And just one question, clarification. There was mention by a number of people at the public meeting regarding, obviously, the mature trees in the area. Anything related to like the preservation of the heritage maples that would come up at site plan, right? Not.
Yeah, we would encourage the retention of as many trees as possible. And then through the site plan application, we would review that and any proposed plantings.
Okay, thank you.
Any other further comments or questions from council? Councillor McDonald.
It was brought up earlier by one of the delegates. Can you speak to the plan? Although it was different land altogether, there was drainage and things like that out Road 18. And compared to this one, I did look at both, and we have our Watson report that we follow for intensification too. Theirs was 8 units per hectare, and this is 14 units per hectare. But now we've identified it falls in modest intensification. But can you speak to both of them? Are totally separate. How you guys receive both, I guess.
Yes, so through you, we wouldn't be comparing the 2 applications. The Side Road 19 development was 18 units per hectare. They had additional site constraints, including stormwater management concerns and an easement to the rear. But the revisions to the housing form for that property were not based on staff comment. I think that was more market driven, and it came from the owner, the agent.
I do want to acknowledge the changes on the front facing now that I know them on the street. They're kind of styles like Station Square. And I do know Station Square residences have not lost their value. And every time one comes up for sale, they're a bit of a hot commodity. And I do think that style is, I appreciate that part. And I want Mr. Keating to know that. That's all for now, Mayor.
Any other comments or questions? Yes, Councillor Craddock.
Thank you. Just, I guess, clarification out of respect for our delegates. The call for deferral was based on perceived omitted or new information that we hadn't received. Can we just clarify that all information was given to council and staff? Yeah.
Sure. Did you want me to speak to that? Okay.
Thank you.
Through you, yes, we included all of the information that was received through the clerk or planning comments, emails. There was some correspondence between the agent and residents that we would generally not include as an appendices.
Okay, any other further comments or questions that way? Okay, thank you, Deanna. I'm going to read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Central Wellington approve application RZ07/25 for zoning amendment and gives 3 readings to the necessary bylaw. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, a seconder on that. Councillor Jefferson, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. Okay, we will now move down to item 12.5. Amendments to bylaw 2025-81 Administrative Monetary Penalty System AMPS bylaw. And Satnam, I see he's moving to the lectern. Welcome.
Good afternoon. The proposed bylaw includes a number of housekeeping and procedural revisions. These include revising definitions to support a broader AMPS framework, deleting duplicate provisions, renumbering sections, updating internal references, replacing certain references to the hearings officer with the clerk for procedural determinations, and updating service provisions to include registered finances. In whole, this is relatively just minor housekeeping amendments in order to maintain the AMPS bylaw in an efficient process. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you for that. Council, comments, questions? Well, you're very compelling, so here we go. Recommendation that the council receive report core 2026-30 respecting amendments to bylaws 2025-81, being a bylaw to establish an administrative monetary penalty system AMPS, and that council enacts the amending bylaw to update and expand the township AMPS framework. Do I have a mover on that? Councillor Evoy, a seconder on that? Councillor Craddock. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's so moved. So we move down to item 12.6, RFT 1726 compact pickup truck. And I see Adam here to speak to that.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. And through you, this report provides recommendations and seeks council approval for award of request for tender 17-26 regarding the acquisition of a compact pickup truck. Recommendations are that council award the request for tender 1726 to Trillium Ford Lincoln Limited for a total upset limit of $43,695, excluding HST, and that the funding be revised as outlined in the report. The RFT was issued in accordance with the township's purchasing and procurement bylaw. An award to this vendor would be based on lowest cost compliant bid, however, would require a budget top up of $2,535.54 to facilitate the award. The rationale for the increase is to facilitate purchase of the hybrid vehicle option to minimize total life cycle costs through increased efficiency. And with that, I'm happy to field any questions the council may have.
Thank you, Adam. Comments, questions? Councillor McDonald.
Dear Mayor Waters, love hybrids. But in this case, I mean, what we're using the truck for is, or vehicles for is heavy duty. So are other municipalities going this way? Can you let me know?
It's a great question. I know we have seen kind of a proliferation of electric and hybrid vehicles being used throughout municipalities. Based on discussions which were lengthy at the staff level, we feel that this vehicle is fit for purpose and does provide the utility through the compact pickup truck option to facilitate the works being conducted.
Any further comments? Yes, Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just because we've been doing this for a few years now, where we've been doing hybrid and electric. Are you seeing in our dollars spent on gas being decreased? Like, are we seeing like a correlating thing within our expenses that's representative of why we are doing this?
I can certainly appreciate the question, Councillor Jefferson, and through you, Mayor Waters. Very, very difficult to determine based on the size and scope of the vehicles that we have been transitioning to hybrid and electric vehicles, just given the kind of the ebbs and flows of fuel and the level of granularity in which we record our fuel costs. I would suggest more than the reduction from a budget perspective in terms of fuel utilization, it's the reduction in GHG that we're kind of focused on from a municipal perspective.
Okay, any further comments or questions from council? Okay, thank you, Adam. Read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington authorize the award of request for tender 1726 for one compact pickup truck to Trillium Ford Lincoln Limited for a total upset limit of $43,695 exclusive of HST, and that the funding for this procurement be revised as outlined in report FIN 2026-11 dated June 15th, 2026. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock, seconder on that. Councillor Wilton, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. 12.17 or 12.7. Oh, okay. Do you know what? At that time, let's have a little bit of break. So just give us, everyone get some, we'll take a 7-minute break. Thank you. and welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor Waters and members of council. I'm happy to be here to present an update to the township's posted speed review, which included recommendations to lower the posted speed limit on 5 roads throughout the township. These reductions are on Middlebrook Road, Noah Road, Parkside Drive West, Woodside Street, and St. Andrews Street East. These proposed changes are highlighted on the maps and in the draft bylaw included with this report. Pending council approval, staff will begin to install new speed limit signs throughout the summer and fall to bring these changes into legal effect. Thanks for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Comments, questions from council? Councilor McDonald.
I only really have one question, one comment. Thank you for Middlebrook Road. That's great. And line 8, road 8.
Yes.
I saw maybe you guys did some, what do you call it? You put the things on the road, or you did some black cats. Traffic. No, not calming. They actually, this group wants it at 80, but we're going to keep it at 60. If you could explain why. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, through you, Mayor Waters. So we're in the process of collecting data. We had black cats up at a few locations, so maybe that's what you saw. But yeah, so we're going to kind of complete a full analysis to see whether we should keep it at 60 or bring it back up to 80. And we'll bring that analysis with our spring report next year, include that in those recommendations, what our findings are.
Thank you for doing that. That's great.
Councillor Evoy.
Thank you, through you, sir. I actually just want to take a moment to say thank you. Really, I've been, hopefully been pushing for 40 everywhere, and to see it coming down this fast is deeply appreciated. So thank you. I know a lot of the people down there are thanking you. So,
Councillor Craddock.
It's most I've ever spoke at a meeting. Garifrax Aramosa town line between Wellington Road 29 and Second Line. Yes. There's a valley with driveways above and below, and just hoping to have not a speed reduction, but hidden driveway signage posted if possible. Please.
There's some, yeah, we'll include those that signage in kind of our new sign installations this season.
Thank you.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Emily, and thank you to the staff for the work on this report. Every year we see it. I'm just wondering if there's been any consideration. Neighboring municipality, Guelph-Aramasa, has just reduced all their, I think, like interior urban residential roads. I'll call them, that's probably not the term that they used, but all just to 40. Have staff kind of taken a look at that kind of approach?
Yes. Through the mayor, yeah. So through the policy, we receive those concerns, and that triggers us to go have a site-specific look. That's been our approach kind of from day one, is kind of deal with individual segments rather than like a blanket approach. And I think it was all the local streets, so not the collectors or arterial roads, but local streets. Reducing those to 40. Our approach here is as we receive concerns, as we receive kind of information that says there is a speeding problem, that triggers us to do the evaluation and check the speed limit through the Transportation Association speed limit tool. So.
Just to follow up on that, so when we see complaints come forward, would you say that there's a certain higher proportion than not that we end up taking action and either reducing, or through the speed data indicating that there is no change? Do we have an estimate on what we kind of tend to see as complaints are brought forward? Yeah.
I think in the first few years of the program, we definitely saw more speed limits reduced just because we were analyzing more concerns. And as the years have gone on, we receive kind of repeat concerns on existing roads, which is where we kind of keep looking at traffic calming measures. So probably less speed limits reduced overall now because we're kind of reducing them on the high concern roads.
My last question, I promise. Just again, not, is there any like, kind of like, or in like, you know, do we see a significant increase in safety? I would say, like if there is an accident or something happening at that 40 kilometer versus the 50 kilometer. Right, like is there, you know, yeah, like the seriousness of it, I guess, right?
Yeah, through the mayor. So yeah, I think it was maybe part of one of Adam's presentations earlier, right, where obviously there's a relationship between speed limit and severity of collisions, and so that is factored in. So we look at the potential for cyclist activity, for pedestrian activity, for kind of vehicle and vehicle conflict, and so that's all run through the TAC, what we call the TAC tool that looks at speed limits. So that's all taken into consideration there. Yep.
Any other comments, questions from council as it relates to this item? Okay, thank you, Emily. I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington authorize the mayor and clerk to execute a bylaw to regulate speed in the Township of Centre Wellington and to repeal bylaw 2025-46 as outlined in report number IS 2026-16. Do I have a mover on that? Councillor Evoy, seconder on that. Councillor Wilton. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. We'll move down to item 12.8. 12.8. Yep. Both Elora South Inc. tax increment equivalent grant update. Yep. Sorry. Welcome, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. This report is in relation to the tax increment equivalent grant agreement we have with Elora South Inc. We received a written request from Elora South Inc. wanting to change the order of their development phasing within the development. As per our agreement with them, staff are to prepare a written report to council to either agree or disagree with the proposed changes and to specify rationale. Mackenzie did a good job in her delegation outlining the reasoning behind the change. We have the ability to enter into a TIG agreement through our community improvement plan. And the goal with every TIG agreement or even CIP in general is to stimulate private investment, intensification, and economic revitalization of sites within Centre Wellington. We have reviewed the requested change. There remains to be 6 phases, still proposed to have all 6 phases completed within 15 years. We go through a fairly rigorous process annually to ensure that the company satisfies all staff conditions before we provide any grants as in terms of the TIG itself. And just in summary, what we do from a TIG perspective in this agreement is provide the equivalent of 80% of the increase in property taxes from the development back to the property owner over 10 years, and the county as part of this as well, where they do more of a descending increment over 5 years. So at this point, attachment A to my report shows the recommended change in timing. Like I said earlier, no change overall to the timing of the development itself. So staff do not have any concerns and are requesting delegated authority to sign an amendment agreement. And this is only to amend the agreement with respect to the timing of the development. Anything else?
Thank you, Dan, for that update. Comments, questions from council. Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Dan. Just curious, I think it was in the last term of council, there was talk of the Pearl development, including affordable housing. I think it was supposed to be aimed at their staff to have housing available in one of the buildings. And that seems to have gone by the wayside. I'm just curious, like, why that went away and how maybe we could work with them to put some more housing in one of the buildings again, or if that's even possible. But I do remember quite clearly at a public meeting that they talked about having an affordable housing section to one of the buildings. Thank you.
Through the mayor, yeah, I do recall conversations earlier on where a few of the phases were to have housing, I think specifically tailored towards the staff that are working at Pearl Hospitality. And I think they have changed some of that. We continue to have ongoing conversations with Pearl Hospitality with respect to this development. And yeah, there appears to be evolutions in what they're proposing to build. I'm not sure, Mariana, if you have any updates on that, but the next phase is intended to be a parking garage with commercial and hotel space. Yeah, so that's to go through planning approvals, but I guess we could speak to them about affordable housing, but I don't think it's in the current phase. It's not in the current phase history anyway.
And thank you for that. That's unfortunate, but okay. And then the parking garage, Mackenzie did mention, like, if there was variation in height or something like that, and we could potentially get another floor or something that maybe could be publicly accessible. Is that something that staff have contemplated at all or could contemplate, or how could we enter into that kind of conversation? Thank you.
Thank you. And through the mayor, we've had numerous conversations with Pearl about the parking garage itself. I believe the discussion is on hold pending an assessment of the total parking required for the development itself, the entire development. We could look at proposing an additional floor, but like Mackenzie mentioned earlier, that would require a whole rezoning process. So we could look at that further and outline the pros and cons associated with that.
Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just a question that I had asked Mackenzie with her at her delegation, the impact with Carleton Place. We have it in our 10-year forecast, kind of at the end of our 10-year, I believe, and it's divided out into two different portions, and it's just under, I think, $4 million to redo all of this. So how, if they're looking at moving theirs closer and working on their parking garage now, like the impact of that, and if we don't have the money for 10 years for us to be working at the Carleton Place, like how are we considering doing that? Are we considering moving it up within our 10-year forecast and working to collaborate? Because I know that we did that before when the mill was undergoing renovations. Township worked with Mill Street and Princess Street to do things, and I'm not sure if it was mostly water, wastewater, and I'm not sure if Carleton Place is water, wastewater significant, and why we would be doing that, and if we would pull it forward because of that. Just comments, thoughts, and where we can get money from.
Thank you. And through the mayor, we have our typical process is to put development initiated projects in year 10 of our capital forecast until a time comes where a service financing agreement is signed, and that can dictate both funding and timing. So we've been following that exact same process when it comes to Carleton Place. Carleton Place, as outlined in year 10 of the forecast, shows a completely upgraded Carleton Place to full urban standard to align with the development happening adjacent to it. And there's significant funding required. So from a staff perspective, until we can figure out the funding to support Carleton Place, it would remain in year 10.
Councillor Evelyn?
Thank you through you, sir. Actually, I was really curious and I was a little suspect when the response was, well, we hope that council can do it or township can do it at the same time. So thanks for clarifying. What can you confirm or remind me what the square footage is of intended retail in that space?
Through the mayor, that's not information I have readily available.
Okay.
Any other comments, questions for council at this time? Okay, I'll read the recommendation that, thank you, Dan, that the Council of Township of Central Wellington receive report CAO 2026 -17 relating to the Elora South Inc. Tax increment equivalent grant update for information, and that council delegates authorize Township Chief Administrative Officer and Chief Financial Officer Treasurer to sign an amendment to the Elora South Inc. Tax increment equivalent grant agreement reflecting the proposed changes to the development phasing. Do I have a mover on that? Councillor Craddock, seconder on that. Councillor Wilton. Any further comments or questions? All those in favor? That is so moved. So now we're at 12.9.
Correct.
12.9. I know. Yeah. Okay. So we're moving down to item 12.9, item 12.10, review of Township Road Salt Management Program, a report from Colin Baker. Welcome, Colin.
Good afternoon, Mayor Waters, member of council. Today I'm here with Kyle Davis, our risk management official from Wellington Source Water Protection, and we have just a bit of an overview for council on our salt management programs. And really the purpose of our report today and presentation is to respond to issues raised from the Ontario Salt Pollution Coalition's delegation back in December, and provide an overview of the township's salt management plan and efforts to reduce salt use throughout the township, and then summarize the township's actions under the Clean Water Act and Source Protection Plan to assess and minimize sodium and chloride impacts on groundwater. So kind of three purposes here today. So with that, and I'm going to start and then I'll hand things over to Kyle. All right, so here's our agenda today. And really just to provide some context, there is an Environment Canada and climate change kind of mandate to manage salt appropriately and manage the environmental impacts of salt, and it's all summarized in this code of practice. And really, the purpose is to provide effective winter maintenance to ensure the safety of all users of our road network in keeping with applicable provincial legislation and accepted standards, while striving to minimize the adverse effects that road salt can have on our environment. So I think, as the delegation mentioned, and we acknowledge as well, there's certainly an adverse environmental effect of salt on the environment. And so here's going to be providing a summary of kind of how we're minimizing our use. There's just also for context, we have our winter maintenance levels of service are specified in a regulation. So this is a regulation under the Highway Traffic Act. It's OREG 12302, or sorry, under the Municipal Act, and that's our minimum maintenance standards for municipal highways. And so really our road system under the regulation is broken down into classes. So class 1 would be like a 400 series highway, right? So high speeds, high traffic volumes. It receives the highest level of service in terms of winter maintenance and road de-icing. Whereas a class 6 road would be kind of a low volume, maybe even a gravel road, could be lower speeds as well. So, and that would receive kind of the lowest level of service in terms of winter maintenance. So just a summary, just a color-coded map that kind of show, like, typically our highest class road in Center Wellington is a class 3, and as you might imagine, Highway 6 falls into that category. It requires the highest level of service. But then also, like a road like Side Road 15 to the north, we've got second line as well. These are higher traffic volume roads, higher speeds, so therefore they require a higher level of service in the winter. And a lot of information here, but just the tables on the right there are directly from the regulation. So these are triggers for us on road patrol for snow removal. So kind of what are the minimum standards for getting out and snow plowing are, as well as at the bottom there, I think is kind of an interesting summary of our annual salt and sand usage. So salt for de-icing purposes throughout the township, and then sand as well. And you'll see our sand usage is quite high last winter, and I don't know if council will recall, there was pretty much a province-wide, maybe even north, like salt shortage, and so a lot of municipalities, including ours, switched over to just pretty much pure sand for about 4 weeks, from late December to about the middle of January. Salt was not available. So our sand usage went way up, and it was quite a severe winter. I'd say probably the worst winter we've had in around 10 years or more. And you can kind of see how the salt usage from last winter compares to the previous winter. Just a high-level summary of our salt management plan. So really, it's an overview of our equipment, facilities, and associated activities with winter maintenance. There's a section in there about our data collection. It's really important to have accurate data, whether it's calibration of equipment, spreading equipment, or understanding kind of what we're doing when our fleet has been deployed to respond to a snow event. And so that's all collected through a program that we call GeoTab. So it's our AVL system, which essentially keeps track of all where our fleet is, and kind of from a winter maintenance, it tracks the salt application, where that's happening. It also keeps track of whether we're plowing in a certain location or not. So lots of data being collected every time we're out responding to an event. And so record keeping as well, that's a requirement under our salt management plan. So snow removal and disposal, right? So like a winter like last year, we're into the downtowns, we're removing snow, it's got to go somewhere. Some like larger municipalities have really sophisticated snow melt equipment, right? Gas-fired snow melt equipment. We have kind of these snow disposal facilities, and really it's our two shops. So the Pilkington shop, we've got a yard on the side where we've hauled snow to the last couple winters. In Fergus, we've been hauling snow to the Fergus shop, kind of in the yard in the back. So that's where we are storing snow that we bring out of the downtowns. So that's where that's going. And just some other things with the salt management plan. So there's like a continuous improvement cycle built into that. So kind of plan, do, check, and action. So just kind of continually reviewing what we're doing against industry best practices, and kind of, the best information that's out there. We do participate as well on an association. There's Good Roads, of course. We get lots of great information and training from Good Roads. There's within Wellington County, there's the Wellington County Roads Superintendents Association. So there we're sharing best practices and industry standards. We have like little mini trade shows as well with new equipment, and have adopted some new equipment as a result of those. And also, so we're sharing information with our municipal partners. And just as my last slide, cue to Kyle. Just some visuals of our equipment here. So again, our tandem snowplow. We've got a spreader unit, and again, before each winter, we're calibrating those. It's interesting. There is kind of new technology out there as well that provides kind of automated controls of spreader rates too. So there's actually the ability when we're in like a vulnerable area or an area of high groundwater recharge to actually automatically reduce the salt application rate. So there's things like that are out there. We haven't adopted. It's relatively new technologies, but things that we're looking into for the future. And a sidewalk machine too. So all those total amounts of salt also goes to maintaining our sidewalks as well from a traction perspective, de-icing perspective. Slips and falls in the winter are a thing, unfortunately, and so we have to make sure we're very diligent with our sidewalk network because it's very well used in the winter, which is great, but it does require a very high level of service to make sure we're keeping it safe for the community. So I think with that, it's over to Kyle to talk about source water protection.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Colin. Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'm going to talk now a bit about the source water protection aspects of it. This first slide is showing you the risk management plans. And risk plans are a tool under the Clean Water Act. It's actually a legal document in certain areas of the wellhead protection areas. As we've talked about previously, we have wellhead protection areas surrounding our municipal wells, and we have two particular areas, the issues contributing areas that Ian mentioned in his previous presentation, around two of our wells, one in Elora, one in Fergus. In those areas, as well as close into the municipal wells, we are required to, under the Clean Water Act, negotiate risk management plans. And these are, in this case, winter maintenance risk management plans. However, we do risk management plans for lots of different activities, chemical handling, fuel handling, farming activities as well. So this slide just outlines briefly kind of the main points that are included in a winter maintenance risk management plan. These, once are negotiated, are legally binding measures. Includes training in regards to salt application, calibration of equipment, record keeping, as Colin was mentioning on the municipal road side. That's important on the municipal road side, but that's equally important on the private parking lot side as well. And this is where these risk management plans are focused. Prevention of ice forming, water ponding. We do find in a lot of the parking lots that this is actually high salt application areas where there's maybe a desire path for people walking back and forth from their cars to the front of the business. However, there's also drainage collecting there and ponding in the frequent freeze-thaw events that we get. Closing low traffic areas, cleaning up excess materials in the spring, because otherwise you can go, even today, go out to some parking lots and see it's a paved parking lot, but it looks like a gravel parking lot because the material's not actually been cleaned up. And then the review of application practices and rates and looking at alternatives where appropriate. And then the proper storage. This can be as simple as proper storage bins, or on the larger sites, this can actually be looking at sheds or Quonset huts to store larger quantities. So in terms of risk management plans within Centre Wellington, and specifically within the issues contributing areas in Elora and Fergus, there are 430 properties that we have identified as requiring winter risk management plans. These are predominantly public and private parking lots. This number is being reviewed and is expected to go down. Now, just under 10% of these are municipally owned or maintained by the township. Overall, there's 59 township parking lots owned or maintained. 45 of them are in areas that require risk management plans. So we are working internally on getting that risk management plan signed. That would cover off those 45 properties, municipal parking lots that are either owned or maintained by the township. In addition to that, we have 37 private property risk management plans currently signed and in force. A lot of this comes through the planning and development process. However, we are looking at starting an outreach program to target the existing parking lots that maybe aren't coming in for planning or building approval. The points along the bottom do outline the pros of risk management plans. So the number is high. but it's important to note that it provides important liability protection under the Clean Water Act directly. So basically it states if a municipality is operating under best practices, under industry best practices and negotiating risk management plans, there is liability protection. And that's important for all of our significant drinking water threats, but especially important in a winter maintenance RMP where we're talking about slips and potential for slips and trips. RMPs clearly outline what's required, gives us something to inspect against. These are compliance documents, so once they're enforced, we do inspect against them. And then they outline measures to reduce over-application. And liability, and this point speaks to the delegation that Council received in December. There are a lot of discussion about liability framework changes being needed on the private parking lot or municipal parking lot side, and this could definitely assist and dovetail into the source protection framework. The last point I wanted to raise is where we don't have the ability to negotiate and implement risk management plans under the Clean Water Act, we do negotiate voluntary salt management plans with applicants through Planning Act approvals. And this can happen anywhere where there is a Planning Act approval. This is very similar to a risk management plan, however, it doesn't have quite the same legal binding. It's not legally binding in quite the same way. Education. So the report does talk a bit about some of the education work that we do. There's a couple photos there from the Waterloo Wellington Children's Groundwater Festival. We were in Martin this past year. There was definitely on display some of the anti-icing equipment from the county. That's the truck there, and some of the local township Guelph Hermosa's plow equipment that's very similar to what Colin. You also see here some of the education material that we provide. The last 2 winters, we've had staff going out and doing outreach to the 2 downtowns in Elora and Fergus to business owners. And so on the right, what you see there is a salt bin sticker. And on the left is just a little postcard with more information and a QR code for them to get more information on appropriate salt application. And the last slide here, we're talking here about the proposed resolution that was presented to Council in December by the delegation. Staff have reviewed that. We have made two or three changes to it. In bullet 1, we have inserted some language related to risk management plans and source protection plans, just so that that's not lost in this resolution, or if the province did choose to enact these changes. In bullet 3, we did put in some wording about investigating and implementing the measures to reduce the use and impacts of winter maintenance material. And because it was 6 months ago, we did update a few of the ministers that were listed there. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Kyle. Comments, questions? Councillor Yvonne.
Through you, sir. Thank you, Kyle. You know I'm your biggest fan, the work that you and your whole team, and I want to take a minute and thank you, but also your team, because the amount of effort that goes into that Children's Groundwater Festival every year that we are honored to be a part of is outstanding. You guys do more and more work every year, and the collaboration with other communities is fantastic. So thank you. I don't have a full understanding of what those 37 private properties might be like. Could you just dive into that for 1 second to show me and anyone else watching the difference between our stuff and why we would have risk management plans with private companies or private driveways?
Certainly, and through the mayor, thank you very much for the comments on the festival. I appreciate that. On the private properties, so the Clean Water Act sets out requirements for risk management plans in certain locations within municipal wellhead protection areas. So because we have issues contributing areas for chloride in Elora and Fergus, this covers a wide range of our 2 urban areas. And what that means is any property, doesn't matter the ownership, that is doing those activities does require a risk management plan over a certain threshold. And that threshold is 200 square meters, which is roughly 8 parking spots or 200 square meters of sidewalk. And so that means then the municipal properties, municipal parking lots are over that threshold, but so are private properties. So those 37 are properties that have come in for planning approval, and as a requirement of complete application and as a requirement of applicable law, they have to have the RMP in place before the final building permit.
I think I saw Councillor McDonald and then Councillor Adams.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Sorry, are we just addressing Kyle right now or the whole thing, the whole package? The whole package. Okay. I want to thank you. Councillor Evoy and I participated in the water event that day, and it was total fun. And it was really fun to see the kids absorb what we were trying to tell them on how drinking water affects their bodies, and it was great. I want to thank our delegation that started this whole process. Mayor Waters and I have been working with the delegation for a few years now, and then Councillor Wilton came on board there near the end, and Wellington Water Watchers. And so I want to speak to what Colin said. This is exactly what we were educated at Good Roads this year, the conference. A line about the door and standing room only inside. And so more and more municipalities are adopting a motion like this, and I'm really happy to see it come forward. And thank you for doing all of this work. I know it took a while, but I appreciate you bringing it forward now. And but watching, I noticed some pitting on the new bridge there and on Metcalf. So let's see. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through Mayor. Question. In terms of our municipal-owned parking lots, do we clear out snow removal by using our equipment and our staff, or do we also use third party to clean our own municipal parking lots?
Through the mayor, yes and yes. So, yeah, no, certainly we have a lot of snow equipment, and so we're doing the vast majority. It's just, of course, everybody wants their snow cleared by 7 a.m., right? So places like the Sportsplex, Victoria Park Senior Center, the 495 Union, Craighead Cottage, like those are. Yeah, we do contract some locations out. So, yeah.
And so follow up, and I'm not surprised by that answer. We get a lot of snow. So, so are we able to work, if not already, some of this into the language of those contracts that we are in control of? Yeah.
That's certainly something that we can look at, and it's on the radar. We'll need to have some conversations with procurement, but yes, that is something.
Yeah, and sorry, if I could add, one of the things that our operators go through is the Smart About Salt training. So there's every 2 years, our entire group, and as we hire kind of new staff, they go through that training before the winter. So that just kind of gets it in their mind kind of what appropriate amounts of salt to put down. They don't need to over salt by any means. Yeah.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you for that presentation. So buckle up. I'm going to read the recommendation. That the Council of Township of Centre Wellington receive the 2026 Township of Centre Wellington Salt Management Plan for information. And whereas road salt is known as a toxic substance designated under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act because of tangible threats of serious or irreversible environmental and health damages from road salt, and whereas salt levels in Ontario groundwater aquifers, creeks, rivers, and lakes have increasingly worsened since 1970s, seriously affecting municipal drinking water sources and aquatic life. And whereas the Township of Centre Wellington takes action to minimize salt impacts, local salt concerns, and economic damages from Salt Inc. And whereas the have taken many actions over the past 25 years, including setting water quality guidelines, developing voluntary codes of practice, signing the Canada-Ontario Great Lakes Agreement, and holding workshops, yet still the salt problem continues to grow. And whereas numerous situation analyses have recommended salt solutions liability protection, contractor certification, government-approved best management practice, BMPs, and salt management plans. And whereas increase numbers of slips and falls claims and other injury collisions claims related to snow and salt are resulting in salt applicators overusing salt beyond levels of considered best practices. And whereas unlimited contractor liability is making it difficult or expensive for snow and ice management contractors to obtain insurance coverage, resulting in contractors leaving the business, thereby making it difficult for municipalities and private owners to find contractors. And whereas snow and ice management sector, SMS, of Landscape Ontario is working with Ontario government to institute a limited liability regime for snow and ice management, including enforceable contractor training certification and government-approved BMPs for salt application. And whereas many Ontario municipalities have salt management plans, but these often require updating in light of improved science and better salt management practices from now. And whereas environmental friendly and pet friendly alternatives to road salt and sidewalks have been widely available for decades and are used successfully worldwide, Therefore, be it resolved that the Township of Central Wellington urges the Province of Ontario to work urgently with key stakeholder development limited liability legislation, including enforceable contractor training and single set of provincial endorsed standard best practices BMPs for snow and ice management, including incorporating the enforcement and BMPs into the risk management plans and source protection plans pursuant to the Clean Water Act, where applicable, and the Township of Central Wellington urges the Province of Ontario to create and fund an expert stakeholder advisory committee to advise the province and municipalities on best courses of action to protect freshwater ecosystems and drinking water from the impacts of salt pollution, and the Township of Central Wellington investigate and implement where feasible, cost-effective measures to reduce use of impacts of winter maintenance materials on the environment, infrastructure, pets, and community while maintaining safe and accessible roads, sidewalks, and parking lots. And this resolution is sent to all municipalities within the County of Wellington, City of Guelph, the Regional Municipality of Waterloo, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, local MPPs, Conservation Authority, Minister Todd McCarthy, MECP, Attorney General Doug Downey, and Premier Doug Ford. Okay. I'll move on that. I forgot what I do after that. Okay, you can move. Councillor McDonald, seconder on that. Councillor Wilton. Any further comments or questions? Okay, all those in favor? That is so moved. Hallelujah. Okay. 12.10, item 12.11, development charge reduction program report from Adam McNabb. Welcome, Adam, back.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. And through you, see Devlin's got the slideshow up. Thank you, Devlin. I know you've been busy this afternoon. The purpose of this report is to have council provide direction to staff to submit an application to Ontario's Development Charge Reduction Program, or DCRP for short, including identifying eligible projects, quantifying the financial impact of a residential development charge. Staff are also seeking delegated authority for the Chief Administrative Officer and Chief Financial Officer. My goodness, it's been a day. The Treasurer to execute any associated agreements if successful with the application process. For context, the DCRP is a one-time competitive intake program that offers up to 90% funding of eligible project costs for housing enabling municipal infrastructure. It is conditional upon the municipality reducing residential development charges by 30% or more and maintaining the reduction for 3 years. The program was released on June 1st and requires submission of a detailed application by June 19th for consideration. For an application to be seriously considered, eligible projects must enable new housing units, be included in the township's most recent development charges background study, be informed by the township's capital plan, start no later than July 31st, 2030, and be completed by October 31st, 2035. Staff understand that applications are assessed primarily on the depth of development charge reduction, the housing impact, and the amount of municipal contribution. Additionally, eligible project costs for the grant contribution are limited to hard construction costs, certain land acquisition costs for the provincial portion only, and EA and duty to consult costs incurred after February 26, 2026. With these limitations in mind, I'll turn it over to CAO Wilson to provide some additional information regarding some recent developments which have caused staff to pivot from what was detailed in the council report in terms of the application approach.
Thanks, Adam. So on Saturday, staff received additional information with respect to this program. There was some information released through AMO with respect to presentation material that the ministry was undertaking, as well as a Q&A. We provided that information to council earlier today for information. The contents of that information has staff pivoting in terms of what we're recommending to council. So what I want to do now is walk you through why we're pivoting and what we're recommending to council for the grant application. So the slide you have in front of you right now is what we had originally put into the report that you see on the agenda today. So what we had planned to do was permanently remove 5 significant capital projects from our development charges background study. When I say significant, when you look at inflated dollars, we're talking over $200 million in capital projects. And the projects are listed right there on the slide. What that did was it fulfilled the provincial requirement of at least 30% reduction in residential DCs, but it did it in a more permanent nature, which was one of the options in the grant application. We had calculated the removal of these projects from the DC background study resulted in a 36% reduction in residential DCs. So in a way, that calculation showed the significance of our DC background study and how important development charges are to the township, in that it takes hundreds of millions of dollars in concessions to reduce development charges by over 30%. So that's fairly significant. So what happened on Saturday is we had some significant points raised through the documents provided by the ministry, and I just want to go through a few of those. So one of the requirements of the grant application is that you have to do things based on eligible costs. And according to the guideline, eligible costs are growth-related costs that are construction-related only. So soft costs, such as project management, design, that type of thing, are not included in eligible costs. So the 10% of eligible costs, they have to be, like, we have to have a contribution from the township of 10% of eligible costs. And we had assumed through previous correspondence that soft costs could be part of our 10% contribution. So the cost to design, the cost to project manage these projects were going to be part of our 10% contribution. But according to the documents we received on Saturday, it has to be 10% of eligible costs, which are non-soft cost related, so construction costs. So in our minds, that raised a red flag in terms of how we were calculating the grant, in that it was going to, in a sense, double up on the township's obligations when it comes to these projects. And when you're talking hundreds of millions of dollars of projects, that has a huge impact on the township from a property tax, water, and wastewater perspective. The other piece that was mentioned in the documents were there's a reference to post-period benefit. And if you remember your DC 101 discussion with Watson, post-period benefit is where you have costs that are eventually going to be growth related, but they fall out of that 2051 timeline. So there are costs that will be growth related beyond the year 2051. Our major project that has that is the Fergus wastewater treatment plant expansion, which was one of the major projects we had included in the grant application. According to the documents we received on Saturday, those do not count towards this, which was another red flag for us. So with that, item number 2 on this slide deck, the ministry started providing examples of how this grant and offsetting DC contributions could be quantified. And this example provided was if a municipality was estimating DC relief of 12 million over 3 years, then we could potentially get 12 million towards DC projects. That was the example provided in the Q&A, which is a completely different way of calculating the grant. We had calculated it as a permanent reduction in the DC background study, where this is a completely different way of calculating, which is how much DC proceeds are you anticipating in 3 years, and then taking 30% of that, and that could be your eligible grant, which is a much more conservative way of estimating a potential DC reduction. The other piece, item 3, was that costs incurred only between the transfer agreement date and October 31st, 2035 are going to be eligible. And they estimate the date we enter into an agreement to be August 2026. Just based on past experience, typically transfer payment agreements are entered into the province well beyond that date. And we're concerned about ongoing projects like some of the well projects that we're doing now, that we have ongoing costs that we're incurring that we want to make eligible. And if we don't enter into a transfer payment agreement this summer, then those costs quickly become ineligible. So with all those red flags, here's the specific concerns that we had with what we had outlined in the report. So, and I'll just be mindful that staff had less than a week to pull together the staff report, and then we're again receiving more information, more significant information on this grant application over the weekend in advance of a Monday council meeting. So we're literally scrambling to come up with the best case scenario here for the township. So I appreciate staff's ongoing commitment to try to bring this forward to council. So the concerns with the original approach, so summer projects like water capacity are already ongoing, and we're going to have costs before the transfer payment date, which make them ineligible. Soft costs in some cases can be 10% of or more of a capital project, and those would be ineligible, and we'd have to fund those in addition to another 10% of the non-soft costs, which layers up additional commitments onto the township for costs that could presumably be growth related if we didn't even apply for a grant. Post-period benefit costs are not eligible, like I mentioned earlier. And the last comment was we keep seeing indications that projects that are indirectly supporting growth, and in our case, it was the fire hall and the multi-use rec facility, may be looked upon less favorably from a grant application process in comparison to water, wastewater projects that are directly impacting housing builds. So with that, what we're proposing to council is let's follow the example that the province has provided, in that we should calculate DC proceeds for 3 years and then multiply that by 30% and inflate all of those numbers, and then come up with an amount that we would be short on DC proceeds if we were to apply for the grant, and then make sure that we're applying for somewhat of an equivalent capital project, which makes it a much more financially feasible grant application, both for us and the province. So when we do the calculation, 30% of DCs that we feel we would collect between 2026, 2027, and 2028 are approximately $13 million. So, and this is right out of our DC background study. The DC background study does a demographics analysis and plans out the anticipated growth for each year of the forecast period. And it is anticipating under normal scenarios, and this is under a normal housing market, that we should anticipate 945 housing units over 3 years. To be perfectly honest, when we have these DC background study forecasts, we typically fall just short of that from an actual perspective, which means from a conservative perspective and applying for a grant, I'm comfortable using the higher number, because it means we're using the Watson calculated housing starts in the forecast period, which could be slightly higher than what we get under normal market conditions. So 945 units, $13 million of DCs over that time. Sorry, 13 million is representative of 30%. So 13 million is 30% of the DC proceeds that we would. So if we were to apply for a grant and say we would reduce DCs by 30% over 3 years, that's how much we would be short in terms of DC proceeds for residential. So given all the other concerns that we had identified in terms of transfer payment dates and costs between that date and 2035, we feel like the most logical capital project to apply for is well area 3, which is the well we would put in place after well area 7, which is our next well that we're putting in place. The good news is that the province is looking for progression in that you're almost ready to go on the project, and we can show that it was identified in the water supply master plan. We've acquired land for well area 3, and we've started the EA process in association with well area 7. So we're showing that we've been making progress on getting ready to build that well. And if you look at our 10-year capital forecast, well area 3 is right in that 2033, 2034 area from a construction perspective. And this isn't just the well, it's the water mains needed to extend and connect that well into our water system. So we are proposing to council that if we are successful in receiving the grant, we would reduce residential DCs by 30%. And we would use the grant to construct a new well in Area 3. This is the breakdown, and I'll go through it line by line. We do everything in inflated dollars. So the project cost, if you take the well construction itself and add in the water main connection required to connect it into the water system, it's about $14 million. We've had to make a very conservative estimate on inflation from 2026 to 2033, but it's once you inflate it, it's $14 million. From our DC perspective, roughly 200,000 of that is non-growth related, and 13.8 million would be growth related, currently proposed to be funded through the DC study. How it would break down from a grant eligibility perspective is roughly 11.3 million would be funded through a grant if we are successful. And you can see there's a gap there between grant and DC loss, and I'll explain that in a minute. We would have to fund the 200,000 non-growth related costs, which we would have to do anyway. And then this is where we get to the soft costs and the contribution beyond that. So we are required to fulfill 10% contribution ourselves, which is $1.1 million estimated. That would be funded through water rates in the future. And soft costs associated with building the well of $1.4 million. And that's how the 14 million is arrived at. So if you think about this as providing some type of council discretionary DC exemption, typically whatever the exemption is, we have to come up with alternate sources of funding, whether it be taxation, water rates, wastewater rates. In this case, if we're providing a 30% exemption, most of it is funded through the provincial grant, but there's still a portion that would have to be retained through township water rates. and that is the soft costs, the 10% contribution, and the non-growth related funding.
And can you just hold up for a minute?
Thank you. So through the mayor, just as we approach 5 o'clock here, we should take a motion to extend. So I sorry to interrupt, but just the motion would read that Council of the Township of Center Wellington extends the council meeting for 1 hour.
Do I have a motion? Yes. I can see you all excited. Yes. Councillor Wilton, Councillor Adams, all those in favor? So moved. Okay. Thank you. Back to the action.
So the advantage of filing for an application, obviously we're actively supporting new housing in Center Wellington. We've had 6 or 7 letters from local developers requesting us to apply for this grant to show that we can reduce DCs by 30% over 3 years. And in a sense, that's obviously encouraging housing development in Center Wellington and can help kickstart that market here in town. We would have that 30% reduction in calculated DCs over 3 years, which is a financial incentive for the development market. And the part I haven't referred to yet, and I'll show you a graph in a minute, is that is $11.3 million, or more than that, is $14 million that we would not have to put on our debt capacity. This is a growth-related project shown in our 10-year capital forecast to be funded through debt. And it alleviates some debt capacity for us if we were to fund it through the suggested means in this presentation. With that, obviously the disadvantages are the fact that it puts a little bit more costs associated with this well on the water rates. We can plan for that through the next iteration of the water rate study. We can do it incrementally over the next 7 budgets, but it's more than what would normally be funded through development charges, but that's what the province is looking for. They call it the skin in the game, that the municipality has to make sure that they're making some type of commitment to the growth-related project before they provide the grant. And the other downside is it's been an extremely tight deadline in putting all of this together. Both the staff report and the actual grant application is due basically end of day Thursday this week. So it's going to be a lot of work to pull that together. This is the the debt capacity impact sheet. Might be a little bit hard to read, but this is the table right out of our budget book. The blue line showing the estimated debt capacity over the 10-year forecast and how we stay below the self-imposed 15% debt capacity. You'll see in orange how that debt capacity would change if we're not funding well Area 3 through debt. And it doesn't look like a lot, but it's reducing our debt capacity, if you look at the last year, 2037, from 14.9% down to 14%, and 1% is significant to us over time. I know that's a lot, and I probably could have explained that a little better, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dan. Comments, questions from council? Okay. Council Craddock.
Thank you. Through you. You did a great job explaining it, Dan. Hypothetically, if there was, let's take the South Fergus development, a developer going in and received site plan approval for a major job and it went beyond the 3 years, would they still have the frozen rates because the application was approved beforehand? Does that make sense?
Yes, and through the mayor, there are stipulations in the Development Charges Act that if you go through a particular planning process, your DCs are frozen at the rates at the time that you were approved for the planning application, but it runs out after it might be 3 years, but if you sit on a planning application approval and don't build, then the DCs become unfrozen and then you have to pay current rates. But there are protections in place for people going through the planning process where DC rates would be frozen. So if we had our rates reduced by 30% now and someone gets planning approval, then those rates would be frozen for a particular period of time until they build, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you. And follow up if but if it's like a multi-phased approach, I don't know really about site plan approval if it's all done in one fell swoop or it does come at phases throughout. But let's say it was a 10-year project, would they be still, and they're consistently working, would it be frozen throughout that 10-year?
I think to put it mildly, the DC Act in terms of how it reads, the exemptions in some of those frozen periods are extremely nuanced. So I would suggest that we would have to look at those on a case-by-case basis. But I think in broad strokes, as Dan had alluded to, there are certain functions within the planning process that do allow rates to be frozen for a set period of time. I think to broad brush it would probably be a little bit misleading at this point. So I think we would have to look at it on a specific basis to kind of give you a definitive answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and thank you, Dan. I appreciate the ridiculous timelines. So hopefully we can communicate that to the province somehow. That would have been better to have more time to work on this. Just wanted to clarify. So it says on this slide deck that was sent around this morning, I guess the one you got on Saturday, the project construction must start no later than July 31st, 2030. And that's when the well, because I thought I heard you say 2034 or something, but it will be before 2030?
Yes, good question. And through the mayor, and I'll look for Colin to nod at this. Timing of that well was partially due to spreading out debt capacity. We could do it a few years earlier. We're doing the EA for well area 7 and 3 right now, so we could bring well area 3 online faster if proceeds were available, and that helps with our water supply. So that's what we would do.
So just thank you for that. That's great. And then I guess a different question is the 30% reduction would start immediately, I think, if I understand the program correctly. And would that impact things like our MRF and being able to pay for some of those other things like the fire hall and all those, or are those still, by taking out F3, there's still enough money left in the DCs? I guess just trying to understand the math a bit more. Thank you.
That was one of the confusing things that we were working through with all the correspondence from the province. Like the DC reduction is immediate, but the cash flow of the grant is not immediate. So there's, especially with the larger request, there would be a huge cash flow burden on the township if we were to move forward with that, where there's less so of one with what we're suggesting now. But it's complicated to explain, but what we would propose to council is a across-the-board 30% reduction in residential DC rates. But what we're applying for is a water-specific capital project. So technically, if we do 30% across the board, water is going to be overfunded, and then all the other services are going to be underfunded from a DC perspective. And we'll be collecting enough DCs as a whole. It just means until we re-reconcile the DC background study 5 years from now, we're going to have some DC reserves in a positive and some in a negative, but we'll net out to the right amount, if that makes sense. It's a very complicated way of saying it. It sort of messes with our DC service calculations. Like recreation is one service, water is one service, wastewater is one service, but we'll be fine in aggregate.
Councillor Adams.
I think I was going to try to ask what we were just talking about, trying to understand how this will impact all of those other projects that you had initially pulled out. And I agree. I just want to thank staff for their time on this. And yeah, I think it's ridiculous, the timelines that staff and municipalities have been put under when we're all trying to do the same thing and do our part. I think you just answered my question. think I'm still just processing it. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Dear Mayor Waters, thank you for doing all this work at last minute. That's good. We received an email from a builder looking to you to apply for the grants. I know as soon as you see the word grant, it's like free money, but it's not really free money in this case. So can you explain how we would address that a little bit? Because this was a lot of information. Sorry.
Thank you. And through the mayor, we've received, staff have received at least 5 or 6 letters from different developers asking for us to apply for the grant. And the way we see it right now is council has already decided to freeze development charge rates until October. And that was one of the decisions you made through the DC background study. And that freeze is actually more than 30%. And then we were anticipated to bring half of the increase in October of this year. If we're successful in this grant application and the province is correct and that we'll be signing transfer payment agreements in August, then we would probably revert to a 30% decrease in development charges for all residential DCs across the board, effective the date of the transfer payment agreement, which we'll see if that's before or after October 1st, which was the date council had given us permission to increase DCs. But that would impact all development in the serviced area. So anybody who pays full DCs would get a 30% reduction, and we would be obligated to keep that for 3 years. And we're picking a well because the well is beneficial to every single development. We didn't want to pick a project that was only benefiting one particular development. We wanted one that was more of a macro level benefit to the entire development area. And either a new well or the wastewater treatment plant expansion met that criteria, but the well makes a lot more sense because of the value, and then there's no post-period benefit, as I had mentioned earlier. Hopefully that makes sense.
Okay, Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. So we do a 30% decrease for 3 years, and then after the 3 years is up, do we go back to our new DC, like that we just established, our new DCs? And then do we, in the 5 years, because we have to review every 5 years, so is it at the 5-year point that we would take out the well and reevaluate our DCs going forward, or do we do that after the 3 years because we've already done the well project? Like, do we remove that out and reevaluate and have new DCs in 3 years? Thank you.
So after 3 years, sorry, through the mayor, after 3 years, we would have the right to go up to full cost calculated DC rates. And we have a 2025 background study that tells us what that is, and we can index it. So if you think of what our calculated rates were for 2025, we could index it to the year in question, 3 years out, and put in full cost rates, which would be substantial, a substantial increase from the 30% reduction. So there might be a conversation at that time with council whether we're phasing that in or not. But we would have every right at that point in time after the 3 years to increase it. In terms of an update to the DC background study, legislation says at a minimum every 10 years. We've put it in our forecast every 5 years because we anticipate enough changes in our capital forecast that we probably have to do it every 5 years. But you technically can do it anytime you want. So if we felt like 3 years from now, after that process was done, we've had enough significant change in our development growth forecast and costs of growth that it warranted an update to the DC study, we could do one at the 3 year mark. But it really depends what situation we're in at that point in time. So I know it's not a definitive answer, but we could do one at 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years, or anywhere in between.
Sorry, then a follow-up with how we did like a reduced rate if you were doing infill for our DCs as it currently stands. Now, would that be kept at that level and then a 30% reduction on there, or is it just our overall residential, not including the infill? Does that make sense?
Through the mayor, the 30% reduction would have to apply to all residential DCs. So we'd have to apply it across the board. And then the infill exemption that council provided would be over and above that.
Councillor Walton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just curious from kind of the practical side of things, is there any mechanism where you can actually ensure that the developers, and I think I know the answer to this, are actually going to apply the 30% reduction to the cost of the house? So theoretically, if they build and sell their homes this year, there's also the HST forgiveness. So I assume that's out of our hands, but is there any way that that's going to be monitored in your correspondence with the province? Maybe have they commented on that? Thank you.
Through the mayor, we've seen no indication that there'd be that type of enforcement in place. There's nothing to stop a developer from charging full market rates, even though they've had HST exemptions and DC exemptions. From a staff perspective across municipalities, we've been suggesting to the province that the best way to do that is to provide the rebate back to the homeowner directly. But we haven't heard any response from that as of yet.
Councillor Craddock.
Just to piggyback on Councillor Jefferson's point about the exemptions, those were applicable to medium and high density, right? So that's a big chunk of probably development that's coming in, right? I forget what the exemption was, but it's medium and high that are eligible, I believe.
Through the mayor, it was medium and high density, but only infill development. So once you say it's only infill, it's not greenfield development, so it minimizes it.
Sure enough. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Yes, Councillor Wilton.
I just want to thank staff because I do think this is actually a better scenario than the first one. The first one had me very stressed because it looked like a lot of money and projects. So my only other comment would be though with the TPA, I have some hesitation of like if they come back, because in their language they're looking for communities to reduce by 50% more. So I'm worried they might come back and say, oh, we'll fund half of your well or something like that. So I think just to cover everybody having an open conversation about it, I would suggest, I think it's a friendly amendment that when you hear back from the province about the TPA, that we just have another council meeting to make sure it's still within what we're willing to do and makes sense for all of us. So that would be my only comment, but I do really appreciate the new scenario that you've presented today from the one that was in the report. So thank you.
Thank you. And through the mayor, I think that would just entail editing the third resolution to have staff bring a draft transfer payment agreement back to council for approval.
Just a comment too, I think we'd have to be willing to be very nimble. So I guess if the clerk's thinking on whether we can just hold a really special council meeting just to make sure it's quick, because we wouldn't want to hold up anything on your end in terms of if they give you, judging by the timeline so far, it might be like 2 days and let us know. So I think just as a council, we'd have to be willing to hold a special meeting if necessary.
Other questions or comments? So I'm going to read this out based on our discussion here, and then we'll go from where it goes, right?
So if you want, you can go ahead.
Okay, right there to, and this one, and then I'll do the next one. Okay. We'll start, okay. Our recommendation that the Council of Township of Central Wellington receive report FIN 2026-12 for information, and that the Council of Township of Central Wellington direct staff to submit an application to Ontario's Development Charge Reduction Program, DCRP, including identifying eligible projects, quantifying the financial impact of a residential development charge reduction, and that And that the Council of Township of Central Wellington direct staff to prepare a report, if successful with the application, with respect to the draft transfer payment for council.
Council direction.
For council direction. Okay. Are we all good with that? Okay. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Welton, second, Councillor Craddock. Any further comments or questions? I'd just like to thank staff for myself and council and on behalf of the community for doing a lot of work to get us in a position that we can even deal with this. So I really appreciate that that way and know if we get that, that's a good thing for this community. So we had a mover and a seconder. All those in favor? So moved. Thank you again. Quick bio. Yep. We just have a quick bio. Yes. Sorry, we're doing the bylaws, but this need. Yep. Oh, which one? It's that one again.
It's the first one.
Oh, I forgot about those guys.
12.1.
Yeah, 12.1. That's good. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, welcome back, folks. We're going to now move down to 12.11, 2025 audited financial statements, and we have a report from Mark Brady, our Manager of Finance and Treasury Deputy Treasurer. So, Mark, are you coming or are you starting off at it?
Through you, Mayor Waters. Yeah, I'll just start off, provide a bit of an introduction to Brendan Hall, who we've got joining us remotely. Regrettably, Matthew Beddick, who's the individual you typically see, is indisposed of this afternoon. So Brendan is going to fill Matthew's large shoes, post which Mark will give a bit of a synopsis in terms of kind of the salient points and what all this means. So yeah, with that, I'll happily turn it over to Brendan Hall and take it away. Thank you.
Welcome, Brendan.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And as Adam indicated, I'm not Matthew, but I've worked for KPMG for about 20 years alongside Matthew and very heavily in the municipal space. And so what we'll plan to do is walk through the audit findings report and touch on really the core areas of focus, understand that the clerks will be able to bring up the presentation. And if I kind of indicate next slide, we can kind of go that way. So I'm not so perfect. All right. So if we could go down to the audit highlights page, which is around page 4, I believe, of our presentation. Perfect. So KPMG is in a position, we have completed our audit. We are at kind of the 98% done level. There's a few administrative tasks, including our discussion today, signing the management representation letter, having an updated discussion with management on any subsequent events that have happened leading up to today. But really, we are in a position where the team has completed their audit work and getting very close to the issuance of the financial statements upon council's approval. Materiality for the engagement was similar to the previous year and set at $1 million, and I'll walk through in a future slide how that was calculated. We're going to talk about some of the significant risks that were addressed during the audit. We have, which is really a topic that sometimes exists in private companies that we need to address, but not relevant for this entity. We have no audit adjustments to speak to today, which again indicates kind of the cleanliness and accuracy of the financial information that we were provided and that the team has been working to audit successfully. If we can move to the next slide. Again, we're required to communicate what pieces of the audit engagement are outstanding at this point in time, and really that's limited to some discussions with management up to the day of issuance of the financial statements, which is referred to as subsequent events procedures, and signing of the management representation letter. So the engagement team has completed all of their audit work and received strong cooperation from staff. If we move to the next slide. And we'll skip over this one because it's a little contextual, but we'll walk through the numbers here. So materiality for Center Wellington has been set at $1 million. For a public sector organization and for municipalities in particular, we realize you're not operating for a purpose of generating a profit. So materiality is not set based on profit or profit from continuing operations. Materiality is set based on the organization's revenues. And you can see that materiality level represents approximately 1.5% in the current year, well within the metrics that we're required to comply with under Canadian audit standards. If we move to the next slide. Every audit that's conducted in Canada is required to address what's referred to as a risk of management override within the financial statements. So we have to do this for municipalities. We have to do this for listed entities on the TSX. We have to do this for small private owner managed businesses. There's no rebuttable way out of addressing this risk. Every audit, we're required to perform certain procedures to address that management is in a position that there could be override within financial statements. And so while much of the audit is substantive in nature, we're testing to third-party documentation like invoices, we're testing to cash receipts. There is a requirement to address this risk of management override that we review controls around the entity's journal entry process and procedures. We actually ingest all of Center Wellington's journal entries for the entire year. It goes into a digital tool that has some AI technologies built into it, looks at every transaction that's been recorded during the year, and will actually identify if there's certain journal entries that may have certain risk parameters or criteria that the engagement team will then follow up to ensure that those were recorded for substantiated reasons that have appropriate business rationale. There were no issues identified with the performance of these procedures. If we move to the next slide. The next section of the report here is really talking about areas of audit focus, areas where the team spent greater levels of effort based on either the financial statement caption size or from a risk perspective where it's deemed that there could be errors in the financial statements. And so obligatory reserves and development charges are a significant area in your financial statements. It's a large number. And if we think of it from a continuity standpoint, there's a lot of inflows being development charges collected, and there's some substantial revenues that are recognized in a given year with respect to DCs. So the engagement team performs procedures on both sides of that topic. No issues were identified in the performance of the procedure. This is an area where we're using a lot of statistical sampling. So again, looking at all the DC receipts, contributions, and also looking at the revenues that are realized, ensuring that those were appropriate to have revenue recognition. So they're linked to a DC eligible project and the expenditure happened in the fiscal year. No issues were identified in the performance of these procedures. If we move to the next slide, tangible capital assets is a very large number on your financial statements. Net book values north of $300 million, and I believe from memory north of 30 million of additions in the current year. So this is a large area of audit focus, really from the lens of ensuring that what is being capitalized by the municipality meets the definition of a long-term asset. So things that are capitalized should not be repair, they should not be maintenance related. Truly needs to be a betterment or a new capital asset that has a multi-year benefit. So the team tests a significant number of additions that are made in the current year. They also perform an inverse test to make sure that there aren't items being expensed through the statement of operations that truly would meet the definition of a capital asset. And so in both lenses of that procedure, no differences or issues were identified as a result of the samples that were examined. We move to the next slide. Post-employment benefits, a lot of estimation goes into this figure. We are required to communicate that Centre Wellington does use a third party to help them model that calculation, which is consistent in what you would expect. And so that is the Nexus group. And so we evaluate, we communicate, get that report directly, ensuring that what has been reflected in the general ledger and ultimately what's recorded in the financial statements is accurate and to a material degree. So no issues were identified in the performance of that work. We move to the next slide. Asset retirement obligations. So this is a large topic in earlier years, not a change in accounting standards in the current year, but really a continuity of a new topic that municipalities across Ontario are dealing with. And so you'll see in the financial statements that what has occurred in the current year is really an increase in the estimated cost of those retirement obligations to reflect the passage of time. The standard when you adopted ARO required you to present value those obligations. And so you'll expect that the obligation will increase until certain remediation efforts do occur. No issues were identified in the performance of those procedures. If we move to the next slide. So this is really a moment to pause, in our presentation and in our slide deck, to understand. We've had communications with management, with staff. We aren't aware of any suspected non-compliance or issues. But prior to the issuance of the financial statements, if anyone on the council were aware of an issue that we need to be aware of before issuing those financial statements, this is really a moment to pause and inquire if there's anything that we do need to be aware of before we work through our final few days to get ready to issue the financial statements. So I'll maybe pause, and if there's anything that the group feels we need to be aware of, I'll take note of that and discuss with Matthew. But if there isn't, then I can continue on with our presentation.
Are we good to go? Yep, we're good to go. Keep on keeping us in the loop.
Perfect. Okay, thank you very much. From an accounting policy standpoint, again, a quieter year than it has been in the past few years. So again, we've had asset retirement obligations was a large one. Financial instruments was a large one in previous years. No new accounting standards having an impact of any significance to the municipality in the current year. We move to the next slide. So the only really item on deck, I would say, and it's out there a little bit, this will impact the municipality for 2027 onwards, but there is some revisions in kind of the financial statement format under public sector accounting standards, which is effectively the rule book for your external financial reporting. And it will have an impact changing a little bit of the shape and form of the financial statements, but nothing to address in the current year, just to have on your radar that the financial statements, what they look like will morph a little bit in 2027 and start to look a little bit more similar to financial statements that you see in the private sector. Move to the next slide. No matters to report here. If there were specific topics on any of these items, we would be required to discuss that with this group. We go to the next slide. We don't have any adjustments from a corrected or uncorrected standpoint. So we view differences as if there was adjustments that needed to be corrected based on the team identifying those would be communicated to this group. And then if there were any adjustments that we had identified that hadn't been corrected, that would also be a report that we would walk through. We don't have any adjustments to discuss. So really, again, a clean audit result in terms of what the engagement team has seen in the performance of their procedures over the past few months. Go to the next slide. With no audit misstatements, we don't have any control deficiencies that we identified in our work either. If there were, we would be communicating that with this group as well. Go to the next slide. The next couple slides are what I'd refer to almost as appendices. They speak to elements of audit quality indicators. We received great cooperation from management, from staff. We have nothing to report from that standpoint. And the rest of the appendices, I wouldn't plan to walk through unless there was any specific questions that the council has.
We're good to go.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your time today. Appreciate it.
Okay, so I will take everybody briefly through the financial statements, which, if Devlin, you can pull those up. I start on page 55, I think, in the PDF. That's the cover page. But I'll refer to the page numbers in the bottom because that's what I got on here. So page 2, the independent auditor's report, as Brendan went through, it's a clean audit report, which essentially means there's no material issues found. So if you can go to page 5. So this is the consolidated statement of financial position. One thing to keep in mind about this page, it is at a fixed point in time, and that's December 31st, 2025. That is the municipality's fiscal year end. Broken into sort of 3 categories: financial assets, financial liabilities, and non-financial assets. So financial assets are essentially what the township owns at December 31st, and it totaled about $113 million. And I'll just point out some of the bigger variances as we go through this. But accounts receivable, you'll notice, is down about $3.6 million. Main reason for that is in 2024, at 2024 year end, there was a $2.5 million of grant funding receivable on the ICIP grant. That was the grant that we got for the JCC renovation a few years ago. So that funding was received in the 2025 fiscal year. And also in 2024, there was 2 months of water and wastewater receivables from Center Wellington Hydro. And in 2025, it was only 1 month, and a month is about $1 million. Now, on the financial liability side, that's essentially what the township owed at December 31st. The total financial liabilities, about $77 million. I'll just point out accounts payable and accrued liabilities is up about $2.9 million. That's mainly due to ongoing construction at year end. So one item that was big that was ongoing at year end, obviously, was the operations center. Also point out the net long-term liabilities. It's down $1.9 million approximately. That is the long-term debt of the township. So we repaid principal of $1.9 million in fiscal 2025. The last main section on the statement of financial position is non-financial assets. Those are assets that are held for the provision of future services. So the biggest component here, and Brendan alluded to this, is the tangible capital assets. There were significant additions in the past, in 2025. As you'll see on a page later on, but there was about $4 million worth of assumed assets. So that is the linear assets of road, water, and wastewater, so the pipe, from a couple of subdivisions that the township assumed, as well as about $28 million of purchases of capital assets as well. And the last item on here is the accumulated surplus, so that final number, which totals about $349 million. Do not confuse this with funds sort of available for spending. The main reason is $313 million of that $349 million is your tangible capital assets, and that's available for the provision of future services, not cash. If you want to go to the next page, statement of operations. So essentially this is the equivalent of the township income statement. So it's broken down between revenues and expenses. And again, I'll highlight a couple of items on here, but revenues totaled about almost 69 million. And the main reason it's down from last year is, if you notice the developer contribution line there. I mentioned earlier that we had 4.1 million in assumed assets and subdivisions. The year before it was 8.6 million. So that's the main reason for the reduction in the developer contribution line. And you'll notice a huge decrease in the gain on disposal of tangible capital assets. And that's because in 2024, there was a large portion of the business park land was sold, and that gain is reflected there. The expenses totaled about 53.4 million. So if you take your expenses, subtract them from your revenues, you end up with an annual surplus for 2025 of about 15.5 million. Now, do not confuse that with the operating fund deficit that I spoke about back in April. That operating deficit was, the operating fund deficit was about $51,000. There is a reconciliation between those two numbers, the deficit of 51 million and the surplus per the financial statements of 15.5 million as attachment B to this report. The major items that are adjusted there, when we talk budget, we talk about the capital fund and the operating fund. When you talk external finance statements, there is no capital fund and operating fund. They're consolidated. What happens is we have to go through every project in the capital fund and determine, is it a tangible capital asset or is it an expense? So Brendan kind of alluded to this as well, that TCAs, or tangible capital assets, provide a long-term benefit beyond 1 year. A number of items that are in our capital fund, if you think back to the capital budget, studies. That's not a TCA, right? Remember when I present budget, I always talk about it's one time and over 5,000. There's a lot of repairs and maintenance that are one time and over 5,000, but they're not a tangible capital asset. You're basically just returning it to a functionable state, right? So it's a repair. It doesn't provide that benefit that extends beyond 1 year. So there's of the capital fund, when we collapse it into these statements, there was about $3.4 million of capital fund expenditures that are actually expensed, and they're reflected in the expense lines on this page. The other big adjustment is tangible capital asset amortization. You might be familiar with depreciation. That's reflected in the expense lines here. But we don't budget for that, and we don't even talk about that. There's actually a special little report that we do, this council passes every year. Probably you don't recall it because it slipped in right at the end, but there is a special resolution done for it, because there's no municipalities I can think of that would ever levy tax on amortization of tangible capital assets. Okay, but it has to be reflected here in your your audited financial statements. There's a number of other adjustments. Attachment B speaks to that, but those would be the two biggest things. Actually, if we go to the next page, just quickly, these are kind of a consolidated statement of changes in net financial assets. This statement provides additional information related to the non-financial assets of the township. It shows acquisition of tangible capital assets and usage of the capital assets through amortization expense. So the two big numbers here are acquisition of tangible capital assets, including contributed tangible capital assets of almost 32 million. So the breakdown was about 4 million of assumed assets from new subdivisions we've assumed, and about 28 million in purchases or expenditures through the year. And the amortization of tangible capital assets was about 11.3 million. All right, next page, statement of cash flows. This really is just a reworking the balance sheet almost. The statement reports the uses and sources of cash for each year. It takes the transactions for the year and breaks them down between operating, capital activities, investing activities, and financing activities. And it shows the net change in the cash position, or the reduction in the cash balance on the balance sheet, of about 3.9 million. You add that to the beginning cash position of about 51 million, end up with an ending cash balance of about 47.4 million. All right, and then the rest of the statements are essentially the notes, and all the notes they just provide some more detail on the accounting policies used to derive the finance statements and additional disclosures on certain items in the finance statements. As I went through, you probably saw references to notes. That's in the last sort of 20 pages of these statements. All right, so that was pretty quick going through it. I think I've hit all the highlights that were touched on in my report, but I'll just open up for questions.
Questions, comments? Yes, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. No question, just a comment. I know a lot of work goes into these, but it was a good, clean audit, and just congrats to everybody.
Any other comments, questions from council? Again, appreciate your time and your staff time on this. I know it does take a lot of work. So I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington approve the December 31st, 2025 audit draft consolidated financial statements as presented by KPMG LLP, Chartered Professional Accountants. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor McDonald. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's so moved. And then we'll move down to, sorry, my computer died. Okay, bylaws. 2026-44 bylaw to authorize a fundraising activity in the form of soliciting by toll booth on Tower Street, Bridge, and Fergus. Next, 2026-45, a bylaw to amend bylaws 2025-81, being a bylaw to establish an administrative monetary penalty system, AMPS. Next, 2026-46, a bylaw to amend the Township Wellington zoning bylaw 2009-045 as amended to change the zoning of certain lands from R1A to R349Z. Next, at 2026-47, a bylaw to regulate speed in the Township of Centre Wellington and to repeal bylaws 2024-67. That bylaws 2026-44 through 2026-47 be read a first, second, and third time and passed, signed by the mayor and clerk, and corporate seal affixed. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Adams, seconder on that. Councillor Craddock. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Notice of motions, none. Motions where notice have been given, none. Confirmatory bylaw to confirm the actions of council. That bylaw 2026-48 to confirm the proceedings of council at its meeting held June 15th, 2026 be introduced a first, second, and third time and pass an open council. Do I have a mover on that? Councillor McDonald, seconder on that. Councillor Jefferson. Any further comments or questions? Not seeing none. All those in favor? Do we have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that? For sure. Councillor Adams. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none. All those in favor? So moved. Have a good night.